Welcome back, everybody, to the afternoon session of Thursday here at the FSCZ 2026. Christian, what is on the menu now?
Oh man, good question, but I think we all know it's autocross time. Yeah, it's the last manual discipline we have before the big endurance tomorrow, and I think we are up for a big story today.
Yeah, I think so too. We just saw the track walk just a couple minutes ago, all the drivers walking along the track that has a different layout. Christian, you had a look at it personally yourself. Tell us what is different compared to the previous years.
Yeah, so the big advantage we had over the last couple of years is that the track was very, very identical. It was plus minus 4 centimeters. That was we also promoted last year a couple of times, and it gave us a very, very good option to compare between the years and the lap times, and we could see the teams progress. This year it's a little bit different, and the reason for that is in the last year, and with also the increased number of teams, the organizers run into a bottleneck. Yeah, and the bottleneck was that two parts of the track on the far other side of it came too close, so that they needed to wait until the first car had passed this section in autocross to release the second one onto the track. And with the increased number of teams, this was problematic. Yeah, and they changed especially this overlap in the end of the section. That means the long slingshot corner we had in the past which was a favorite, to be honest, of some drivers, is now gone. Yeah, but the rest of the track still identical, plus minus 4 centimeters.
Yeah, they really do a good job here with that GPS track always. But that has two benefits, right? It not only allows for more cars on track quicker, but it also reduces the lap time by quite a bit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's very hard to predict where we actually end up. Maybe we can take a look at this a little bit later. But yeah, it's a big advantage, and the turnaround time will in general be a lot faster, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And I think this is a big topic anyway. We saw it in skid pad and in acceleration both, that quite a few teams were still queuing up, could not finish their final runs. So unfortunate for them, some of them maybe gambled a bit too much, came a bit late to the starting line. They tried to fix it this time, I guess.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it seems to be like kind of a mix between two things, right? It was gambling. One team, like some teams were gambling. Actually, the teams that had the time to gamble. And the other teams, just stuck in scrutineering. Some of them got stuck, basically, because it's for most of them, it's actually the first event of the season. This is also different in comparison to the previous years. So, yeah, this also didn't help. And right now, I think most teams are through, so we are actually, we have a lot of action ahead of us.
Yeah, and that action will all take place within the next 4.5 hours. Also this time, it won't be like yesterday evening when the teams just had the choice of running yesterday or this morning. They all have to get their at least 2, hopefully 4 runs in now, and I think we will see plenty of different approaches in strategy here as well.
Yeah, I totally agree, but I think also the number of strategies you can run here is quite limited, and I think the biggest factor for that is the weather. And Jonas, you took a more precise look onto the radar. What does it say?
Yeah, right now it is looking decent. Even though we see quite a bit of rain on the horizon here, it is not actually supposed to hit the track. But as you know, as we saw also this morning when there was a light drizzle, when it wasn't really on the radar at all, and the teams that were affected by it couldn't post top times at that time, I think it can really change at any moment. And especially within those 4.5 hours, we see the radar here as well. It is somewhat stuck there in that mountain range of northern Czechia or the border to Germany. But if a little bit of that rain makes it over that mountain range, it will directly come here to Most and just cool on the track immediately. And this could potentially cost you up to 3 to 4 seconds, even if the track isn't completely wet in the end and you're still running slicks.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think this is one of the special things we have here. It's the mountain barrier that we have preventing the rain normally to come over. But if it's coming over, then it's a big problem for the team. What do you think of the wind situation? We had it yesterday, we had it today in the morning.
Yeah, wind has been a huge factor here in the history as well, especially this event, I would say, maybe even more than it has been at previous competitions, because in acceleration we've had wind the entire time with wind gusts just at any time essentially, and those teams that really got a time in when there was no wind ended up posting really strong times. Strongest time in acceleration still from yesterday evening, so no team this morning could get anywhere close to it actually. In skidpad, they beat the time from yesterday evening, and the talent posted barely, but nevertheless we saw a lot of impact from the wind as well. Lots of teams losing the rear end towards the end, or when they had the wind from the back. Coming into oversteer there on the skid pad. And this is definitely a factor for autocross as well, as we will have both directions of the wind, right? We'll have headwind going up the mountain, so where the teams need the power really, and then where it's really downforce dependent in the section that goes all the way back to the paddock, to the grandstands. We will probably see a lot of teams struggling with a lot of oversteer there.
Yeah. Also looking forward to this, to be honest. We had also last year, I think, a couple of teams actually going off track here, also up the hill. I remember, was it Aachen? Also doing that last year.
Twice, actually.
Twice, yeah, same corner. And to be honest, if I'm just looking at the Skoda gate we have here, I think I've never seen it moving that much in the past. It's really, really windy.
Yeah, and this is also super nerve-wracking for the team, right? I mean, they see their car getting sent off that mountain here, and we've experienced it a couple of times that the cars just didn't come back down anymore, and the team just had no clue what was going on. The only chance of seeing what was getting on are our drone shots that we have here from our drone pilot. So yeah, that is definitely another factor that is pretty nerve-wracking for the team, not just for us commentators, but yeah, definitely for the team as well. Here, the Rain Raider, big scale again, mossed at the bottom right. It looks dry right now. The track is dry, but it will be super interesting to see who will take the gamble in the end and wait till the very end, or post an early one quickly. We already see a couple cars here getting staged at the pre-scrutineering area, notably Lund E46, Theo Yazi from Romania C26, and also K Racing from Karlsruhe E76.
Yeah, so I think the fact that we already see cars queuing is that the two learnings I think we have, the one like we had last year, like limited running time, and the second one is that it's really, really hard to predict what the weather will be like. That's the reason why we already see a lot of cars in the queue. I see minimum 4 or 5 cars actually lining up already, and we still have basically 4 hours to go.
Yeah. I guess one of the things that is that you're taking a risk on, especially when going early in the morning, is that you have the track is going to be sort of green. It is going to be dusty. We saw a lot of dust getting thrown up on the skid pad and the acceleration at the beginning of the respective sessions. So this will definitely be the case as well here in the autocross. But in the end, better safe than sorry. If you can't post your runs in the end, then you're screwed. Or if you have to post them in the rain.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, very, very, a lot uncertainties currently. So let's see how this whole situation unfolds. And I think we will have a lot of stories to tell afterwards, like also we did last year.
Yeah. We should also consider the fact that we've seen a lot of teams last year being extremely close together in times. Also times being set at different times there, or quite early in the session, I would say. Joanneum Racing Graz from UAS Graz posting the quickest time, 63 seconds back then. Obviously it's going to be quicker today with the track getting shortened. But yeah, we've seen Zurich being really close. Trondheim was right behind them as well. And Aachen with definitely the potential to get close to the time as well. And I expect all of them to be in the same proximity again today.
Yeah, I mean, the competitiveness this year, I think, is even stronger than we had, and it was already basically the top event, let's say how it is, last year. So we expect nothing less than this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We mentioned yesterday 9 of the top 10 ranked teams here at the competition, 13 of the top 15. It can't really get any more competitive than this.
It definitely can't. It can't. Yeah. It's very exciting. The only thing is that it's one of the first events, so I think this is a limiting factor. The teams that are more experienced, they will have an advantage, and this is already showing with the good conditions we had actually yesterday, and a lot of teams were not able to run under these perfect conditions. Yeah, it's interesting, and I think the first engine is running, C26, ready to go.
Yeah, Theo Yazi, we saw them this morning, rather late as well. They took some time to get through the scrutineerings. I think we're the 3rd Romanian car on track today. There's 3 of them at the competition as well. Good to see them. They already got experience got some experience at the FS Balkans just last week. Drivers should be prepared, should be ready to hit the track here. They have been here also last year, got some experience. So yeah, really excited to see how they perform in their first lap.
Yeah, and I think in the last years we had the huge advantage, and this is maybe a question to you. We had the huge advantage of driver knowing the track because it's so identical in comparison to the last year. Now it's getting shortened. Do you think the advantage is still there of the experienced drivers?
I think yes, because the track is very similar to the endurance track. So the drivers actually that drove last year have more experience on that track compared to the autocross track.
You're right.
And I think also that section was a pretty tough one. We saw a lot of cars struggling with the section that got removed now. So some might be even pretty happy about it. So yeah, I definitely believe that the drivers that were able to drive here last year or the year before have an edge over the ones that are completely new here. Because especially in autocross, you only got 2 runs. Experience really is key.
Yeah, and maybe a short explanation there. You have 2 runs per driver that are allowed. If there's another car stopping on track, you basically get a rerun if you needed to slow down for a yellow flag, for example. This is normally the procedure, and I expect this to be the same here. And yeah, 4 runs in total, and different strategies you can do. And I think we will see a very, very mix. Also what we've seen earlier today, some teams putting in 1 run, then going through post-scrutineering, which has been also a struggle for most, or not most, but a lot of the teams. So posting 1 run, going through post-scrutineering, checking if the car is actually legal, and then going for the 2nd to 4th run to just also decrease lap time a little bit more.
Yeah. Another thing to consider, obviously, for the teams and strategy, and this maybe plays a big factor for the ones that are running now already, is also that if your car breaks down or has an issue and it breaks down at the top of the hill or at the very end of the track, then you need to wait a really long time to recover it. You might not be able to recover it at all during the autocross. So getting a run in now just keeps you on the safe side. And this is exactly what C26 is starting to do now. The refs are going up, green flag is being waved, and off they go.
Let's go. First car in the autocross.
Good launch. First cone there on the right side in the first corner. Taking a bit careful there. Getting used to the grip of the track, obviously. I mean, first car here, the track is completely green, as they say. Another cone up the hill. Drone following there on the uphill section. Super narrow there. You can see the left-hander here now, close to the tire barrier. It's pretty slow. The car is managing that corner.
It's not getting the corner.
Great. We've seen this actually a couple times last year as well, that the drivers were just not prepared for this super tight corner, which is at the very edge of the in the rules stated limit. It almost looks like the scrutineers will now have to push the car backwards. I hope he can get it running again afterwards, and then just drive all the way back for the rest of the lap, get the experience in. But yeah, I would say decent reaction of the driver still, of getting the car to a stop there before coming too close to the tire barrier. Time obviously is not really great anymore, but yeah, now it's just about getting the experience for the rest of the track, finding the limit here in preparation for the second run. Downhill now, this section also becomes super quick. Without you noticing it too quickly. It really takes some balls to stay on the throttle there. Left-hander here. This is the new section that we talked about. This right-hander as well. This is endurance. You can see the blue marks for the endurance for tomorrow. Track is slightly altered, but pretty similar to this one. And now on the back straight, this is where the cars have a headwind, a tailwind. They're lifting from the back a little bit and losing a lot of downforce. So you need to stay careful here to not touch too many cones. But they seem to be managing it pretty well now. Last couple corners. And over the finish line.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think they will directly go for the second run. I mean, there were some issues with the steering angle, it looked, or maybe the driver needs to just put in a little drift. But yeah, he's directly going for the second run. And he takes, I think, the identical cone again. But let's see. Now up the hill, he's right on top. The part probably of the track with the most wind. And now let's see if he can actually manage to get this tight corner.
The car really seems to be struggling with really tight corners here. Might be along the wheelbase. Well done by the driver though. He knew that I guess mechanically he couldn't really get around the corner, so he used some wheel spin there, get around the corner with the oversteer of the car itself, with the power.
Yeah, very well done. and I didn't see it hitting a cone during that. But
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Actually, a lot of
some late braking. Didn't see any smoke from the tires. It didn't look like too much understeer actually, but still sending them off. And
but now we see the advantage of the new track. We directly see the next car lining up on the starting line.
Yeah, E47 now from Lund. Just as C26 finishes the second run here. A couple cones on the way, I think like 4 or 5, but definitely quicker time here. Congratulations on the first autocross finish. Lund up the hill now. Yeah, C26 obviously going for the post-inspection now. We can see also, or I just saw briefly, some cones being hit by the car from Lund. For years this car has been, yeah, I guess really interesting end plate design on their rear wings. They've always had those, I guess, sort of shark teeth design. I think Running Snails also used to go for it a couple of years ago, but now pivoted away from it, while Lund is staying loyal to the design.
And now car E76 directly going for it.
Yeah, Karlsruhe. And now we have the first ever live onboard on a Formula SAE car on the track. Let's just enjoy the view.
Yeah, that's a cool feature. I mean, this is an update we have this year. Great footage.
Lund posting a 1:04.9 in their first run, probably trying to get around 2 seconds quicker here. Karlsruhe, meanwhile, navigating down off the hill again. They already participated in Switzerland as well, got a little bit unlucky there in the autocross with the timing. They had some rain, so actually exactly what we mentioned earlier for this session.
Yeah, I think this is one of the things they will learn. And look at this onboard, man. How cool is that? Very technical section in the end. Surface is basically flat.
It looks very similar all the way, but all those radii and corner and approaching distances of the corners are different. So the driver has to adjust every single time, but he managed it pretty well.
Yeah, well, Karlsruhe makes their way around for hopefully their second run. Quick update from in the queue. We already have 4 more cars waiting. A little bit of extra information for the teams watching along. It is taking quite a while once you have joined the queue to make it all the way to the green flag position at the moment. The pre-inspection is definitely waiting for you, so make sure you're as prepared as you can once you enter the dynamic area.
Lund in their second one, 1:07.6. I unfortunately didn't see where they lost that time, but definitely shows how this track really takes the best of the drivers here. They really have to nail every corner right to get an improvement even on the second lap after they know the track already.
And we're already seeing lap times close to 60 seconds. Jonas, I think we will see below 60,
wow.
right?
Massive moment there for Karlsruhe. The driver is really pushing it now. I mean, he obviously can as well. He posted a safe time, is at the top of the leaderboard now.
Wow, this looks so fast.
Yeah, the cars here, obviously, maximum power they have, the maximum power output they can do. They don't care about efficiency here. Karlsruhe going over the line. Surely this is an improvement from their first lap time. Let's see how much. 56.8, 5 seconds improvement, Christian. Already beating the 1 minute barrier. Incredible.
Yeah, this is what we expected, right? We are speaking about like low 50 seconds. That will be possible. Yeah, we are directly going for it right at the beginning.
Yeah, first 2 electric cars over the line, going to post-inspection now. And we already can hear the next engine getting fired up. C21 this time. Next combustion car, UPT racing team. Also from Romania, also participated at FS Balkans before. They had some issues this morning. They were one of the first teams that went for the skid pad, but then pulled out of it. but then nevertheless still participated at every competition or at every discipline. So I think they fixed the issues they might have had. They are actually using the 4th different tire compound here that we've seen, Continental tires. It used to be pretty popular back in the day, not really anymore, but let's see what they can take out of it. No cones so far, uphill section. Yeah, the car staying in low gears there to get up the hill. Let's see how they can get around the corners. Best combustion time right now, 1 minute and 11 seconds. I don't see any cones so far. They also got around the narrow corners rather smoothly.
Yeah, maybe also one side note here. The times we see is obviously without any cones added. So this is the uncorrected time. We need to wait always until the final results are published to actually see who is on top of the leaderboard. But yeah, the uncorrected time we always see here on the left side of the screen.
Final long straight now. Last chicane. Still no cones as far as we could see. Over the line. And Darius finishes the first run for car C21.
Good lap time. I mean, he's basically, without any cones, put in a safe run, which is the base for everything now. So it looks like he's going for the second and he can directly push for it. Yeah, directly going to the second run.
Christian, I didn't hear them shifting at all
yeah,
until
you're
they
right.
are up the mountain.
I mean, we don't hear them shifting, and I also see like the DRS open on it. It doesn't seem to be that they can activate it, but it seems like they opened the wing, the rear wing.
And this is obviously the exact moment that the team has no clue what is going on with the car. If they don't see the videos here. Car back down the hill though, making their way onto the section that comes back to the paddock.
Yeah, also on this one, I think when you're coming back to the team, everyone is also relying on the feedback of the driver actually, if any cone was hit or not, because there's literally no visibility to the other side of the track. Yeah, this is also a very interesting part for the later award ceremony. But yeah, going into the last sector of this track, and there is a cone. We got a little bit of understeering.
Yeah, at least one cone there. I think it would be the other way around a little bit, with the rear wing elements opened, and but that's a 2 seconds improvement for them. 1 minute 19.5, and the next electric car is on the track. WHZ Racing from Zwickau. They've won this autocross a bunch of times. Won the overall a couple times. Last time 3 years ago, and with at least their showing in Skidpit before, where they got the second fastest time, they're definitely in the mix again to be one of the favorites for the win here.
Yeah, I mean, after 2 years not being on top of the podium, basically, I think they are actually really looking forward to it. I mean, they have the potential to actually do it, right?
Yeah, 100%. They also got the experience. Zwickau, one of the teams that is almost always here, I would say. Loris, we don't know if he's got any experience on the track right now, but
looks confident.
Yeah, he surely does. Over the line. And immediately going into first place, 55.7.
Wow, on the first lap.
Yeah. beating Karlsruhe by 1 second, and
impressive, very impressive. And now with warm tires directly going for the second one. Normally this is an improvement if no cones are hit, and he can take some risk, right? He can take some risk. The team has 3 runs more to go.
The launch is already extremely confident.
Yeah, this is faster up the hill, definitely. And now in the slow corners, you can actually lose a lot of time, specifically now in this corner we are approaching right now. Super technical, but he managed to do that very, very well.
Yeah, wow, it looked a bit unnecessary at the beginning, but he still managed to get the car around the corner. I'm sure the torque factoring helped there quite a bit.
Yeah, the draw rate just picked up. Got around the corner.
The downhill section is just full speed, it seems like.
Yeah, a little bit of drifting there. Could
Yeah,
this
but
be
it
also
looks
the
controlled,
wind?
Christian. It does look controlled. No cones as far as we could see. Very stable on the braking, over the line.
Wow, exciting to see what time this was.
The team visibly happy. A
52.
3 seconds improvement, Christian.
This is the low 50s we expected to see, and we see it directly in the beginning. Wow.
Yeah.
Maybe we can speak about like below 50, right?
I mean, yeah, I'm sure we can, yeah. I mean, the track is still... yeah, there's not a lot of rubber on it. Still very early times. Still, nevertheless, great to have this time posted now, because now we can just wait and gamble and decide whenever you want to do the second run. But for the time being, this is definitely a really, really strong showing.
Yeah, they're in a very good position for the rest of the day. They can now lean back a little bit and just see how everything evolves, and then go with the second driver.
Trondheim now getting to the starting line. One of the teams that was not able to participate in their second autocross run last year. With their first run back then, they got into 3rd position, so I'm sure they could have improved in the second run as well. Might be also one of the reasons why they're going for it now. Also decent launch of the starting line. Car looks extremely agile around the slaloms. Tight sections up the hill.
Let's see how he does this section here. Very
Wow.
good.
That was extremely clean, Christian.
Yeah. The driver knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah.
No surprises from him. That's crazy.
I mean, we do know that some teams, they got simulators even, where they have certain tracks to practice on. Maybe this is one of them. That definitely didn't look like he...
I mean, they for sure have a lot of data of this track, right?
Yes.
For the last years.
Yeah.
The team just knows the track. Probably also the driver.
Driver so confident as well, under braking, already turning in.
Did you see any cones? I think I didn't.
Not from my perspective. 57.6, slightly slower than WHZ Racing. Let's see if they can improve. In their second run, he's going for it right away, of course.
Yeah, I think with the normal improvement we would expect to see, I think the second fastest time from car racing is under threat here. Yeah, a lot more confidence.
Yeah, it almost seems like the driver was underestimating the grip a little bit there. Little correction at the corner entry at the first slalom. Tires obviously now heated up.
Yeah.
Got a lot more grip than in the first run.
Looked a little bit the car stopped too fast at this point. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, smoothly here. Now it's about staying on the throttle as long as possible. No wind right now, it seems like.
I see also the sun coming out a little bit.
Yeah, the track is definitely heating up after a little bit of drizzle that we had in the morning. And TNU Trondheim finishing their second run in autocross of the day. And it's an improvement, Christian. 55.6 seconds. putting them ahead of Karlsruhe in second place for now.
Yeah, as expected. 2-second improvement. This is what we also roughly see here from one driver to the other. Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think they will be very happy with the first two runs of the day for them. And also the same situation, right, as Zwickau. You know, can see what they want to do.
Yeah. And I mean, it took them quite some time to get to the mechanical inspections as well. We didn't see them participating, at least at the manual disciplines, this afternoon, last afternoon, I mean. It took them this morning. They pulled out of the acceleration a couple times, so definitely an eventful morning for them as well. So I'm sure they just wanted to get those runs in as soon as possible, and definitely posted some showings here.
Quick update from the queue. There is no update. There are a couple of teams waiting for the test area. I see the TU Graz already driving. 2 more cars that I can't make out the numbers for. We already had this happening with KIT earlier a little bit. They were also contemplating first making their way over to the test track before driving the autocross. They didn't end up doing that, went for the run instead. But maybe from the test track we will see 3 more cars here in the queue momentarily.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, that's a little bit surprising. We had a lot of cars directly in the beginning, and now it looks like we have a little bit of a gap. I mean, for the cars that were just driving, I think it makes sense, right? They have set their first runs, but the rest, I don't know.
Yeah, Christian, this is exactly what we talked about at the beginning of the session. With the weather being such a big uncertainty, you have to have that flexibility, being able to adjust at times when you didn't want to do it maybe. Some teams even have spotters on the track. Right now it's getting more sunny on the track. The track will heat up, so there could be more grip in a bit. Let's see how this pans out, who's right in the end.
Yeah, and it seems to be like the story of the whole week so far, right? I mean, the weather is making a huge difference here, and the teams that are prepared well, the teams that have time, the teams that actually have, I don't know, like speed going from discipline to discipline, they have an advantage, and it shows.
Preparation is always key, but this is definitely something that the teams see as well, right? There's no queue right now. TU Graz maybe decided to go for the testing track just the moment before that. Makes sense to get the driver just in the rhythm, get the feeling for the track, for the grip that is available right now, and then making the most of it on track.
Yeah, basically you need to be aware of your surroundings, right? You need to be aware, okay, who is now going to queue for a test track? Because these people will obviously then afterwards go to the discipline, most of them at least, or also the queue and the discipline itself. I mean, you need to just watch it, you need to have constant updates also for the decision makers in the team, that they can make the best decision. And to be honest, this has been wrong for some teams so far.
And it also underlines the importance of having the flexibility, getting runs early to then go to the post-scrutineering, as we can see here. There's still teams stuck in there. The car from Romania here, C21, still in the post-scrutineering, and they were running, a good 15-20 minutes ago. It will take some time. The scrutineers here are, I would say, they inspect everything very thorough. But yeah. The teams are aware of that by now. They hopefully all participated at acceleration and skid pad. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe we can use the time where we don't see any action on track to speak about also the chat. I mean, we have the chat available here. We can see your questions. So if you have any questions, feel free to just drop them in the chat. We also have some polls that you get frequently reminded of, I think, in the chat. So yeah. Yeah,
you can vote for your favorite livery, your favorite drive as well, your favorite driver here, the one that impressed you most. And in the end, we will announce the results, of course. Bunch of really cool liveries that we've seen so far. We'll still see here on track today. And just looking forward to the full session here.
Yeah, and don't forget about the subscriber goal we have. 1,500, I think that's the goal.
Yeah, think for those that don't know, the Skoda dance has been one thing that has come up in the last couple of years a little bit. We've seen some Skoda employees that are sponsors here, you know, handing out awards and going for dances sometimes.
Actually, I was told that there's also a different surprise. I don't know what it is, but if we hit the goal, there's something going on actually. Yeah, let's see what it is. So please subscribe. I think then we can also keep continuing doing that in the next years.
But first, Christian, let's head to E96. We have the current leader ready for an interview.
Yeah, I'm over here with the fast man from Zwickau, current fastest man out on track. How's it going out there, Lois?
Yeah, pretty good. The track is incredibly much fun. Lots of boards to be better prepared for the event, and I think it went really good.
What's your favorite part? The hill section up on top looks pretty interesting, but also the coming down part, and then again where the skid pad was. What do you like the?
Yeah, I like the part where you go down again, because something we don't have in training that much, or not so often. And that's something which is like pretty fast, and you have to just feel the downhill actually.
Yeah, it's the most unique part in terms of Formula student tracks here, uphill and downhill. Is there anything that you're going to do different for the endurance tomorrow compared to today?
Yeah, just gain a bit more confidence in the car, I think. Just getting some more testing runs, especially over the endurance, to just get in touch with the track a bit more. And then, we'll see how it goes.
Anything you want changed on the car?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, she's perfect as she goes. Thank you very much. Enjoy the runs tomorrow, and back to the stage.
Yeah, thank you, Jonas there. WHC Racing, very, very confident in their current setup in their car.
Yeah, and also saying some wise words here. I mean, the track layout, especially the hill section, is something you basically can't train. Which team has a test track with this kind of hill section? And what have we seen in the past here, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw a bunch of rear wings just flying off the cars. We saw suspension failures up the hill or getting down the hill, especially because there's a slight bump there as well. And it's just something that no team, as you can train at their home track. Super hard to replicate, and something that the teams just sometimes aren't prepared for.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you can basically do without experience, without data here, is trying to get some assumptions also in the simulation, right? Giving this load case also to the suspension team to basically design the car around it. But yeah, if you're here for the first time, the reality is always a little bit different, as you might know, like everyone knows, right? Every simulation is wrong, but some are useful. Clever sentence you hear quite often. But no, there's a truth to that, right? And you just can't really prepare for it. So I think we are actually up for a lot of action here.
Yeah, Backo04 asking here, what teams have onboards? We actually asked the teams that are willing to have onboards. If there's any more, feel free to come to us, and we will see if we can fit it into our schedule here. And get cameras on your car if possible. Good question also from Zoe Mitchell here, whether the Shenzhen team is going to compete. I've seen them in scrutiny for quite some time, Christian, and I think we need to talk about them a little bit, because their team is a little bit of a special type, right?
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, they were basically known for building the engine. Right, they have their own engine manufacturing. One of the few teams actually designing an own engine, which is an incredible. Speaking of combustion engines, in this case here, by the way. So yeah,
engine for our Bona Racing team,
exactly,
and BME as well back in the day.
Exactly, back in the day they did that. But since these teams switched to electric motors, they made an interesting decision.
Yeah, they made a decision to not only build their own engine, their own hybrid engine. They also start building their own chassis and their own suspension and everything else now. And essentially putting up their own car here. First time Unigior has the combustion car built by the former Just Engine building team.
Yeah, and the challenges are huge. I mean, we see a lot of the experienced teams already struggling in scrutineering, and being then in the first competition, the first time, scrutineering is basically the main challenge you have.
Yeah, but to answer the question, I don't have the current update of them where they are in the scrutineering. We hope to see them on track later because that yeah, of course, that self-developed one-cylinder engine is always a beauty to see and hear. Next car up in line is UPC Barcelona E54. One of the teams that has one of the longest drives here. Multimatic decoupled dampers in the front. We haven't seen them before on track. They were not participating, as far as I know, at the Skid Pit event before. Good to see them here nevertheless. Yeah, let's see how they perform. Question was also in the chat what the line is.
Yeah, question. Actually, good question. So we were looking to the right of us, and I think we see 2 cars currently in line, so not that many. We see Barcelona, and right behind them, the winners of the last 2 years, Joanneum Graz.
Yeah, I'm sure they saw that time of Zwickau and decided to go for it now. Track seems to have a lot of grip already. Different approach than the other team from Graz, TU Graz. We saw them on the testing track earlier. Not staged yet, Joanneum. Going for it right away though.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think it is a good thing that we see a lot of action already right now. Who said we are only 2 moderators?
Yeah. Again, for those wanting to vote for the drivers of the autocross, the poll is also in the chat and the description of the video as well. So yeah, whenever you want to, feel free to.
Okay, we also got the info about Unigör, so Senjin team, the team we spoke earlier about, and the question in the chat was if they are competing. So the thing we got from the scrutineers here is I think they passed scrutineering, but they currently need to complete only the brake tests, and brake tests will only be available after the autocross. So I think they will obviously not compete now in autocross, but running out of order tomorrow is still possible. Would be still a huge achievement.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is actually a sad thing here, right? That with the autocross line at the testing area before, the testing area had to be moved to where the braking area was before, and therefore there's no brake test available right now. So the few teams that still have to go through the brake test will have to wait till the end of the autocross and then yeah, do it afterwards.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but it also gives you time to prepare and do the things right, and then coming there. Yeah, basically prepared and just executing the brake test, right? And I think it's also good that the organizers actually make the option that you can have the brake test even after the autocross. This is also something you don't see often. And when I'm looking around here, Jonas, the clouds up the hills. I mean, it says now also here, track conditions dry. We actually have sun, but if I look into the distance, what do you think? It looks a little bit dark.
Yeah, you're right, Christian. The conditions might be the best that we can get all afternoon. It's supposed to be a bit colder to the very end. It seems like the clouds are stuck at the hill still, but who knows for how long. It's really a gamble, and that's a gamble that maybe UAS Graz don't want to take, so they're sending their driver towards the track just now. Same for Barcelona. We see more cars getting lined up now, Christian.
Yeah, the queue is getting longer. We also see Renteam and I think Milano also lining up. So all the teams that are actually right on top of the leaderboards are now showing up here directly in the beginning.
Yeah, Milano here also have been going to this event for quite some time. Finished third overall just 2 years ago. We're in the finals here, and next to WHD that we saw before and Joanneum Graz that are about to start, now passing, it seems like, UPC that are still in pre-inspection. which does make sense as well. I mean, they haven't done pre-inspection before. This is their first time, so they have to do all the checks that the others already know that the scrutineers are looking for the first time here. So understandable, they might take a minute longer than the other ones.
And this is, again, I mean, it has been the story of this event, right? This is, again, a great example of how being prepared can just benefit you. Getting like discipline in, getting the routines right, as we see UAE overtaking basically Barcelona in the queue because they are ready.
Yeah, E26, the team taking a little bit of a different approach to driver selection. They told us they don't have the same pairing in endurance that they have in autocross. So usually, you know, teams try to have the same drivers in autocross than they have endurance. Philip, he's driving now, is not going to participate tomorrow.
So we will answer that question, I think, after we saw E29 launch.
Off the line. The wind is there again now, definitely. Driver still confident. I mean, it's their first run. Swiftly around the first cones here. Up the hill. They have been here the last 2 years. Won the last 2 years, actually. Obviously trying to make it 3.
Also looking good around that corner up the hill. Now we can only rely on the screen.
Yeah, for Philip, it's the first time he's going around the autocross track. Nevertheless, look-in experience. It looks like he got some testing kilometers in before.
Yeah, he definitely feels confident in that car. And look how this car is going around the corners. Yeah, I mean, if we combine the skid pad and acceleration time we saw from them so far.
Over the line.
Wow.
53.7 in their first run.
Yeah, it's insane. Man,
That's
it's
even
insane.
quicker than Zwickau were in their first run. This could be really tight with the leading time so far.
Yeah, I mean, if you count in everything that UAE has right now, that's really impressive.
Yeah, Christian, could this really be that little bit of sun that we had on the track now? Those 20 minutes of sun here?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think the conditions are, as we said, extremely good right now, the best we had so far. And he has a lot more confidence already. So I think if he can execute without any cones, this will be even faster.
Yeah, UAE Graz Racing, they got a little bit unlucky, I would almost say, with their timing in skid pad this morning. They wanted to do it yesterday evening, couldn't get it in, but nevertheless still posted a decent time in skid pad, but not in the top 3. So surely trying to make up some ground here. On the limit, the driver definitely.
Yeah, got a little bit wide in the downhill section there. But also here looking very clean, no cones so far. Team is cheering him on. Ah, a little bit of drift over the line.
Wow.
52.2 seconds.
Yeah, fastest time of the day. Congratulations there to Graz. Strong showings. 1.2 seconds, 1.5 seconds improvement compared to their first run. Slightly ahead of WHD Racing, and this definitely shows how close all those top teams will be here, definitely.
Yeah, I think so. We saw it last year. The competitor field is even bigger this year from like the top positions, so I expect nothing else than having at least the same, let's say, closeness this year in the competition.
I'm sure they're happy, and while they are pushing towards the post-scrutineering, we also can see the first car lining up for the second run already, into a new Trondheim. Again, I mentioned earlier that they couldn't make their second run last year, so definitely not making the same mistake again. Organized also, of course, trying to help to get the cars over the line quicker than they could last year, removing that section that we talked about at the beginning, the big carousel section at the very end. That's where also the lap times are dropping. About 10 seconds, it seems, right now, compared to last year. Fastest time last year was 63 seconds, and now we are already below 53 seconds here.
Yeah, multiple factors. I think shorter track and the turnaround time from the organizers seem to be a lot faster in comparison to last year. So this is big improvement, and it's actually great to see. I mean, we had a lot of struggling last year. They took it, like analyzed the problems we had, yeah, and then just improved it.
Yeah, that's good to see that the organizers also listen to the feedback from teams. I'm sure this was one of the main talking points. It definitely was on the stream, even after we were not live anymore. We still saw comments going up. It was a huge discussion point that plenty of teams couldn't get their second runs in. But really great to see that the organizers act on that and try to make this improvement for today.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, so far they succeeded. We see a lot faster times, like turnaround times, also post-scrutineering.
But, of course, we also have to say that we don't have the queues yet that we have seen last year. I still expect a lot of the teams that we saw this morning that are not here visible right now, still in the paddock, that they will all line up about at the same time, so then when it's really crunch time, we will see a lot of teams lining up here.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. But as we already said, they're faster, so I don't expect the queue to be that long, actually. I think it will be decreasing fast.
Question, Christian, from the chat, what these bands are around the driver's arms, often in red?
Yeah, these are called arm restraints, and they are linked to the belt, basically. And the theory, or the thing behind it, is basically that if the car, in the unlikely event of turning around upside down, that the arms are not able to just get out of the chassis. So it's basically a safety device, the restraint system.
Yeah, they're restraining the arms inside the rollover protection envelope, which is basically the envelope between the front and the main hoop and the front bulkhead. And the arms have to stay in there to not be able to squeeze between the chassis and the ground.
And it looks like we still see problems with the Barcelona car, and now getting overtaken again by a team, and this time Uni Stuttgart, so Renn Team Uni Stuttgart.
Yeah, before they start their run, Florian asking what the penalty is for hitting a cone. It's 2 seconds in the autocross, 0.2 seconds in the skid pit and acceleration that we had before. But yeah, 2 seconds for autocross and endurance. And of course, just I guess more like, or we might see in endurance more than here, is 10 seconds.
Yeah, and if we look at the leaderboard already, we see a very, very small margin between the teams. So 2 seconds basically puts you out of contention already.
Yeah. E26, Renn Team Uni Stuttgart. They had a little bit of a different approach than some teams here. Instead of going to their first competition, they decided to stay at home and test more and get the car more prepared here in order to really push it for the overall victory, Christian.
Yeah, they basically feared that if they go to the first competition and then back to the next one to Czech, to Austria and FSA, they basically locked in the state they had at the time, and this is what they wanted to avoid. Green flag for them.
Yeah, it's a bold approach, definitely, but looking at how the car is launching off the line, might pay off. It looks extremely agile. driver almost struggling to handle it through the first corners a little bit.
Almost a little bit nervous up the hill in the slalom section.
Super quick though. There was one cone that got pushed off. It didn't fall down though, so and might be still in the box. So not sure if that one counts. Couldn't see it long enough.
Yeah, but looking very confident. I mean, it looks a little bit twitchy around, especially on the rear axle, but yeah, still managed to not really hit any cones or potentially only one.
Yeah, also their first time here. There was one cone definitely that went flying. Their first run. It's impressive to see him going for it right away in their first run here of the day. Over the line. I'm sure they will be right in the mix there.
Yeah, I mean, the car looked a little bit oversteery. Let's see if this keeps being the case like this, also with warm tires now in the second run.
Christian, it's a 53.6 for Rennteam Uni Stuttgart. Really strong time for the first run. Of course, that cone. But let's see if we learn from that for the second run. UPC Barcelona, meanwhile, on track.
Yeah, good that they managed
but they are slowing down up the hill, Christian.
And this is also unfortunate for Rennteam. They need to wait now on the line until this car gets recovered. We have the yellow flags out there.
Yeah. Yeah, yellow flags car came to a standstill. Obviously something that nobody wants to see, especially the team doesn't want to. Place that it's really tough to recover the car from as well, if it's a bigger issue.
Yeah, also the position they got stuck is very unfortunate because, as you said, recovering the car from this area, I mean, potentially they can go through the inside, right, and then down the hill.
Yeah. But yeah, as you said, very unfortunate for Rennteam here, not being able to use the advantage of the warm tires.
But even to be honest, like even more unfortunate for Barcelona itself, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a DNF in this run, and it was their first one. So Jonas, I mean, we covered it a little bit also in the beginning. How's the weather today?
Yeah, we spoke about the weather a bunch. It's so-and-so, I would say. We had drizzle in the morning, we had rain during the night. Now it's looking stable. That's why Rennteam is making use of that dry window again. Off the line, looking clean so far.
The car still looks a little bit more planted than in the first run.
Yeah, passing the section now where Barcelona's car came to a stop. Around the corner where they hit the cone previously. So Maximilian definitely learning there. Downhill now. Car touching the ground a little bit with their aerodynamic devices.
A little bit of understeer in this section. We also saw it in the first run, but still.
Yeah, we can hear the car scraping a little bit, I think with the front wing in some corners.
But yeah, let's take a look at the time. Wow.
They post the fastest time of the day, Christian. 51.2. Congratulations, they are 1 second ahead of Joanneum Racing Graz, Rennteam Uni Stuttgart in their second run here. And they still got 2 more to go.
And we see the next car stopping on track.
Yeah, it's Dynamis PRC from Milano. E90 here. Took some time in pre-scrutineering.
Yeah, but this is also something you need to count in, right? If you're going for the last run in the end, something like this can always happen, right? Right in front of you.
Yeah, but Luca is back on it. They got experience here from the last couple of years. And are closely followed by AMZ Racing.
Also looking
Milan taking a couple cones here, and oh, they come to a full stop again, and this might be a bit detrimental for Zurich as well, that are right behind them. There will be yellow flags on them, and they won't be able to finish their run, or they will be able to do a rerun afterwards. The rule clearly states that there's a yellow flag on your autocross run. You are allowed to pass the car, finish your lap, and then go for another run afterwards once the hazard or the danger, in this case car E90 from Milan, is cleared off the track.
I mean, that's unfortunate for Luca. But yeah, I think for Zurich, this can actually be an advantage right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, they basically get more experience and warm tires in their now new first run. I'm sure that some of the top teams hope for right of this scenario. Now he's taking his time, of course, until the yellow flags are cleared. I hope Milan can get going again, as they were when they got stuck for the first time. I see them getting pushed off the track from here, so I don't think they will come back by their own power. But yeah, considering that we are just about 1 hour into the stream, yeah, they can hopefully get more runs in afterwards.
Yeah, let's take a look now what Zurich can do. I mean, in their officially first run, but in reality it's basically the second run. I mean, except for the section where he needed to slow down for the yellow flags. Do you see the car already being recovered? I think we still have yellow, but now the car is moving.
Yeah, it's gone. Zurich on track, E33. Extremely quickly. They're really making use of the whole width of the track there, going super close to the end of the tarmac.
Yeah, it's looking extremely good. Let's see how the tight corner he manages. Yeah, well.
Around the narrow section. Drivers got a lot of experience here. We've heard they got up to 600 testing kilometers here shared between all 4 drivers.
Yeah, I think the goal was 1,000 before the first competition. Ambitious goal, but to be honest... Yeah,
there's one cone, Christian, that I saw.
Yeah, ambitious goal they have, or had, but 600 kilometers before the first event. That's insane.
Yeah, extremely impressive. And won the autocross in Switzerland. Over the line here now. With their first run, immediately
50.
posting the fastest time of the day. 50.04. Driver visibly happy, of course, and he's got a second one now.
But keep in mind, we saw a cone.
That's true. That's true. Surely trying to improve that. Meanwhile, Trondheim back on track. The third run for them of the day. They got the fifth fastest time right now, 55.6 over the line now.
While now Zurich is going for the second run.
53.03 for Trondheim. Still in 5th place, but closing the gap to the top 4. If they can get improvement here, they could easily jump into the podium for now. I think there was at least one cone touch there, up the hill. Not sure if it went out of the box for Zurich.
Looking fast. I mean, Trondheim also looking very fast up the hill. I think this will be an improvement.
Yeah, all those cars visibly extremely quick off the line when launching.
And
incredible sight to see.
And we can actually see some of the rubber already getting laid down on the track. We see it in the uphill section, while AMZ is going through the finish line.
Yeah, can they be the first one to go below 50 seconds? They are. They are below 50 seconds. This quick into the session, 49.85 seconds for them.
Impressive.
Yeah, but also shows how confident the driver was already in his first run. Really close times in both runs. And now back to Trondheim. Let's see if they can get an improvement on this one.
Wow. They got an improvement.
They do, Christian.
What an improvement.
50.72, putting them into second place. Congratulations there. And we've got the next car on track already. TU Graz, the second team from Graz now in their first run. iconic Red Bull sponsoring on their nose cone here. We will get the images in a couple seconds, I think. And let's see if they can also get into the mix with the other contenders.
Yeah, interesting technical approach on this car this year, increasing the track width by roughly 4 centimeters. Unusual approach, but going through the finish line, let's see.
2 Graz, they posted the quickest acceleration time yesterday afternoon. 55.93 seconds. Decent start for them. And they are followed immediately by the car that posted the second quickest time yesterday afternoon, FastTube, now with Alexander Kalensee.
Also looking confident up the hill. Next car on the starting line, it's Graz for their second run. FastTube now on the downhill section.
Of the wheel spin at the start. FastTube now making their way back while Graz just entered the hill section.
Let's take a look how they managed to make this tight corner.
Yeah, Christian, they mentioned to us yesterday that they increased their track width slightly, actually by a fair bit. Interesting approach, definitely, to aiming to achieve more downforce.
In the meantime, FastTube finishes their run. Let's see what the time was. 56.77. It's a decent one.
In their first run, also very, very competitive time. Driver shaking his head though. Maybe he's not satisfied. He's going out.
They're actually going out, not directly going for the second run, which is untypical, because normally you go for the second directly with the warm tires.
Yeah.
While Tuk is now finishing the second one.
Took over the line. Should chat with FastTube afterwards. What has happened there? Driver didn't look satisfied at all.
Improvement.
Now
55.15 seconds for 2 Graz. Puts them into 6th place. Yeah, I mean, maybe we can use the time to speak a little bit about the FastTube car. We've seen them struggling a little bit yesterday. And also today with the time management, I think. So yeah, I don't know what the issue is here, but they don't look happy actually.
Yeah, lots of potential in the car, it seems like. The time that they posted in their first run, 56.7, very strong showing for the first driver as well. I'm sure he could have improved in the second run. It's very surprising to me that he's not going for it, so he definitely noticed something that didn't go to plan, and I hope it's nothing major now, because now they have to re-queue through the second queue.
Yeah, and also the 2 Graz driver, I think we see it here in the stream, is shaking his head. Doesn't seem to be very happy. Maybe we can find out.
Yeah. And maybe just also the nature of the track. I mean, it is very, very tricky. We have this uphill section that is pretty unique to this track. In the Austria, in the endurance track, has something close to this. But yeah, for now, couple cars in pre-inspection, none on track. Next one that we see in line is E46 from Lund. We've seen them earlier, now going for their second run. E99 from Aachen, that we saw very late in the early sessions today. E40 from Eindhoven right behind them. And then a couple more cars that I can't fully spot from up here, but I'm sure that we will see them on track shortly.
We also see here the comment. We mentioned it earlier already. Remember to also subscribe to the channel. We have the goal of 1,500 subscribers. Please do it. I was told that there is a surprise also from the Skoda sponsor if we can achieve that. So yeah, please keep subscribing.
Ante asking whether the times in live stream are with or without the cones penalty. They are without the cone penalties, so we can only say that much. Obviously, we can't really rely on what we see as well. So how many cones the teams are hitting are only speculations from us. But from the obvious ones, of course, the final results will be published by the organizers, of course.
All right. I think one thing changed. We also spoke about it, and we can use the time again to speak about it, but I think it will be a constant topic today. The wind is picking up dramatically. You can see it on my hair. Everything here is waving around.
Yeah, it's getting chilly here, Christian.
You can also see it in the background.
Yeah, I'm about to get my jacket out again, and yeah, it's just. I mean, the track temperature is easily changing up to 10 degrees here, whether when the sun is out compared to when it's not out. It's really about getting into the window at the right time here. It seems like a couple teams definitely got it right. AMZ, of course, with a little bit of help of getting that additional run with the yellow flags. Nevertheless, still a really strong showing already in their first run. Revolve, NTNU, looking at maybe the weather radar as well, seeing that now is the right time to get all of their 4 runs in. Interesting strategy definitely on their end. Let's see if it gets copied by some other teams afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's never a good sign if the sun is being blocked, because it also means we have the wind direction from the mountains, and the sun only gets blocked if you have clouds in front of them. And this is normally not the case, but if they're coming over, it also normally means that there will be a high chance of actually getting some drops on the track, which would mean huge disadvantage for everyone who needs then to go out and actually compete on a very slippy track.
Lund here still in pre-checks. Tobias asking when the results of the livery and driver vote will be announced. For the autocross, I think we will be able to release it today.
Yeah, I think the livery is, what I remember, is the voting up until tomorrow. Also during the endurance live stream we will be back, and the other one, I think driver of the day, is obviously driver of the day. So we'll conclude that today in the evening.
Yeah, it seems like there might be some issues on the front left corner of the car from Lund. One scrutineer and 2 of the team members there. Let's hope it's nothing major.
I see also now some scrutineers approaching the next car in the line, which will be E99 from Aachen. So maybe we see a similar situation here, that they overtake in the queue. I mean, they're in the first driver queue anyway, so they should have the advantage if they're ready.
We see a tire in the pond behind the test track, Christian.
Is that from the Hoosier Bowl tournament we had 2 days ago?
Yeah, not sure. Maybe it's from that. Hoosier Bowl tournament has been a thing here. The winners of that one was E13 from FastTube.
Yeah, congratulations again for that.
Yeah. And one of the team members of that Hoosier Bowl tournament was actually the driver that we just saw on the track now. I hope he didn't pull out because he still had a headache.
I mean, 2 days ago. But yeah, should be fine.
Yeah, FastTube winning that one. Second was Uni Ghent, and third TU Delft, in a fierce fight against FastTube apparently in the semifinals. At least that's what we heard.
Yeah, and I think also Delft got third in this one. So also congratulations. I mean, getting the bronze medal here.
Yeah. Yeah, apart from that, I don't actually think it's from the tournament. It might actually be the wind that has blown this tire off. Yeah, I don't know, some of the tire carriers that the teams usually bring.
Yeah, let's hope it's not a team missing that. In the meantime, we see Aachen, as we expected, going to the starting line, going to the final RFID check of the driver.
Aachen here. They had some issues getting through the scrutineering in their first event with their new concept. They completely changed their cars concept for this year's competition. First event for them, obviously. And last year they were already really competitive. But let's see what they can do now.
So not much happening. Jonas, the other Jonas, you went through the line, through the queue. What's all the news there?
Yeah, the biggest news I have is for Ljubljana. I took a closer look there. You can see it on stream now as well. It looks like a pretty catastrophic failure for them, unfortunately. The black part that the team member there is pointing to right now is basically their wheel hub. And it looks like that has completely failed. All the 6 studs mounting the tire onto the drivetrain have just come off, broken away, and that's why the wheel went flying into the little pool next to the test track. So yeah, this is pretty bad news for the team. Condolences going out to them. I really hope they can get going maybe at another competition this year.
Wait, so you're actually telling me this tire we saw in the pond is from this car?
Yeah, exactly. It went flying off the car in a turn as the car was braking and bounced into the little pool. So this the tire in the pool was from Ljubljana.
Wow.
That's definitely a first. Extremely unfortunate for them.
I mean, we were speaking about it earlier, like seeing tires flying around, but we were speaking about the downhill section we have here, which is very heavy on the tires. But yeah, wow, never seen that.
On the testing, incredible. Bummer for them. Let's see if they can get it fixed. They still got some time here.
Maybe I can give you another quick update on the queue. It is quite busy, but it is also taking the teams, again, like I mentioned earlier, quite a while to get from entering the dynamic area to actually the green line. So since we, in terms of weather situation, I think we're relatively safe. I would again urge the teams, be here as early as possible. I think right now it would take you roughly 30 minutes at least from when you enter to when you're going to be at the ready position to be waved to the green flag. We see on stream now Eindhoven being maneuvered around. This is a pretty common occurrence. Cars not quite fully ready to go. The pre-inspection takes some time. So yeah, calculate and keep this in mind.
Yeah, we mentioned Aachen a while back. They had to wait until the car from Barcelona got taken off the circuit, and now off they go. Christian, this is actually the section that they struggled with last year a little bit. They ended up in the grass.
A little bit of oversteer on the last left turn, uphill section.
Yeah, but got around it smoothly this time, I would say.
Yeah, no comparison to last year, but still.
Cone touch in the tight left-hander for Noah. And now on the downhill. We're pretty late today in the early session. Lots of oversteer here, but yeah, pretty late there. So good to see them here now early this time. Now on their way back to the finish line. Last chicane, left, right, and over the line they go.
Yeah, we didn't have the time for some time now, so let's see what they're actually able to do.
Yeah, 54.28 for Aachen in their first run, immediately putting them on 6th place here, right behind the top 5. And meanwhile, Eindhoven is on track, E40. Yeah, Eindhoven, another team that wants a top 5 finish here. They've been very competitive for quite some time.
In the meantime, Aachen directly going for the second run.
Yeah, you can hear the aerodynamic devices touching the ground under braking and turning in. Car looking very twitchy around the slaloms. Eindhoven now on their way back. Now, in the last chicane, over the line they go. E40 finishing their first autocross run of the day, and Aachen is already going into the last sector as well here. 1:06 for Eindhoven. Over the line for Aachen. With a 52.65. Still in 6th place, but right behind WHD Racing that also posted a 52.5.
I think it didn't change position, but we also see like a slight gap there between the 6th and 7th place. I mean, 3 seconds.
Yeah, Christian, we mentioned this yesterday already, and I believe this is also somewhat true for the autocross. You're probably not going to win the event here. I mean, you can put some points, some distance between you and your competitors, but you're definitely not making up so much ground that you can actually have a comfortable lead going into endurance tomorrow. So here it's just about not losing too many points and yeah, just posting the quickest time that you can possibly do.
Yeah, I mean, the competitive field is so close. We saw it also last year. We see it right now. Yeah, it's actually insane to see that again.
Eindhoven now almost finishing their second run. Last heavy braking zone here.
Yeah, driver looking more confident.
Yeah, this surely is an improvement.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it is. And what an improvement.
Wow, 6 seconds from their first run. Almost cracking the 1 minute barrier. 1:00.13. Good base for the second driver to start from this year.
Yeah, very good run. Congratulations.
Meanwhile, Lund on track. E46. We've seen them earlier today. Again, iconic shark fin rear end plate design. And also E14. First time we see them on track, but getting to a stop immediately. The TSAL is on green. Meanwhile, Lund over the finish line. It seems like Technon E-Racing is stuck for now.
1:11.99. First run for them, and I think now, unfortunately, they have to wait a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, this is exactly what we talked about, right, Christian? That this is a really, really bad situation to be in. I mean, of course, you get the experience from driving around the course for the first time. But now that the driver of E14 is getting out of the car, there will be definitely delay, and the temperature out of the car, out of the tires from Lund will completely be going away. Screen is not touching the car yet.
But yeah, I think they're waiting for the team to just get there. I see them just going across basically the finish line and going, not finish line, starting line, and going up to the car, and then potentially I think that the organizers will allow them to just push it back. They didn't cover that much distance.
Clock is running for them, of course, now. Still got some time. 3 hours left of the session, but now getting the car back again and then checking, doing some checks, maybe even going to the practice track, and then re-queuing will definitely take probably around at least 1 hour, depending on what kind of issue they have. And I hope they can get it fixed as soon as possible.
Yeah, driver giving some info to his members, team members. But yeah, in a situation like this, it's obviously not always clear what's actually the issue. I think they need to just take some time, and I think they have it, as Jonas just mentioned. I think they have the time to just analyze the problem and ideally also fix it for the next run. Yeah, fastest man alive giving here a comment. We also like that. It's a very good indicator.
I also got the update from E13 Fast Tube, currently in 8th position It seems like they couldn't get the full power output. Instead of running with the allowed 80 kilowatts, they were only running with 40. Checking that, fixing that hopefully, and then posting a faster time afterwards. Meanwhile, Lund still queuing. Tires now obviously cold, especially with these temperatures that we have here. They are closely followed by PWR Racing. Yeah, we've seen them posting a really strong showing so far for this event. They were already ready for the driverless competitions on Tuesday. One of the first 4 cars that we've seen on track. Actually, the only car that was running before, that was running here, but not participated at the event in Switzerland before. So yeah, definitely really, really incredible showing for them. Let's see if they can build on that going into the manual disciplines as well. And they are followed right now by E31 from Munich, and we get the next combustion car, the third combustion car from TU Budapest, C82. But for now, it seems like Lund is getting ready to finally get their next run in.
Yeah, green flag for them. Off they go. Finally, they can show what they're able to do in the second run.
Christian, this must be nerve-wracking for the driver as well, to just wait for that long, stay concentrated.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, and also the feeling is changing, right? In the end of the first run, you have a feeling for the car, the tires are getting warmer and warmer and warmer, and then you're back again to the basically old state with cold tires, and you have to run again. So yeah, it's not a great timing for them, but yeah.
Yeah, not easy for Luke here to maneuver around it, but he's doing a pretty good job so far. I didn't see any cones. Also at the narrow uphill section, decent showing there. There was, just as to say that, I think he hit 1 cone coming down the hill. Now on the back straight. PWR meanwhile up the hill. Another cone hit there for Luke. Last chicane. And over the line. Congratulations, E46 from Lund.
Yeah, huge improvement of that time. Just right above 60 seconds. Yeah, it's very good. Congratulations.
Yeah, 11th position for them so far. Let's see where E16 PWR Racing Team can go. Can they push into the top 10?
And I think while they're going through the finish line, we have another car coming up here.
PWR, 12th position right now, right behind Lund actually, 1:00.5, but in their first run. So they got another run just now, and of course 2 more with their second driver. Munich, meanwhile, on track. They posted the fastest skid pad time this morning here. Really impressive time there, 4.6 seconds. Also had decent acceleration times yesterday evening.
Yeah, one of the teams we have high expectations of, obviously, and also being here for the first time this year. Yeah, we are very looking forward to what they're actually able to do. And also Kevin here looking very good, also the downhill section, very confident in his first run.
We're now approaching the last section. 1 long straight to go. Hard braking here now. Left-hander and the right-hander towards the finish line. Over the line they go. PWR on track again. Munich with a 53.4 in their first attempt, immediately putting them into 7th position. If they can improve this time, they can definitely push for a podium here.
Yeah, that's a strong first run. 3 seconds, and I think they can definitely shave something off in the second run.
I agree, Christian. If they can really get those 2.5 seconds off that some drivers have been able to, they could really go ahead of Renteam here. But before they're able to do that, it's PWR Racing now taking a crack at going below 1 minute. Munich on track now. PWR over the line.
And under 1 minute, 58.46 for them. Congrats.
Yeah, while Munich is on the uphill section there, quick update from car E14, the Navarra team. They unfortunately stopped out on track with an AMS error. They're currently being checked over by the scrutineers again. I hope we see them out on track soon.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, definitely. I hope they can get it fixed soon. And see them on track later within those next 3 hours. Munich, meanwhile, already approaching the last chicane here. Didn't see any cones personally. Looked very quick again, very confident. It is an improvement, 53 seconds, staying in 7th position, but definitely closing the gap to the guys ahead of them. And definitely laying the ground for the second driver later in the afternoon.
Yeah, Kevin doesn't seem to be super happy as he's shaking a little bit his head. But I think still, it's a good time, it's a good base for everything. And this will also definitely be going towards some good points here.
Yeah, next car in the queue. Seems like the car from Budapest actually is not where they were before. They're still working on it. A couple cars past them for now. EU8, PRZ Racing is the next in line, closely followed by Tallinn and then also TU Delft.
So in the meantime, while we're taking a look at the queue also here, as Jonas just described, we can maybe speak about our current leader and some general things that happened also this year. So our leader is AMZ Racing. And taking the bridge here also to rule changes, we had a couple of rule changes. Some of them influencing all the teams and some of them only influencing specific teams because they had some technical decisions made in the past. So maybe Jonas, you can describe first of all what has changed from a rule perspective that is actually affecting dramatically every single team.
Yeah, the biggest rule change definitely, I guess for most of the teams nowadays, is that they all got different boxes for their rear wing, essentially. It all had to be cut by 10 millimeters. I would say visually you can't see it that much, and the cars still look about the same, but definitely losing a lot of downforce on the rear here. And this could also be the reason that we've seen a lot of cars being slightly oversteery already in skid pad and now in the autocross.
Yeah, this could be. I mean, when I first read the rules, I was actually expecting a little bit, as you said, like a visual difference between previous years and now. But you're right, you don't see that much difference. But we asked also a couple of teams, and it seems to be having an impact, a big impact actually. But a lot of teams actually told us they were able to recover the loss in downforce. Not all of them. Some were actually not able to, but some actually managed that.
Yeah, definitely really well done. I mean, most of them, of course, talking about simulations there. I hope plenty of them already also got to testing. But yeah, definitely one of the biggest rule changes here. I would say almost leveled the playing field a little bit. I feel like a lot of teams, they decide for a concept and then try to improve that over the years. And now that they actually had to adjust a lot of parts of their aerodynamic concept, they had to come up with new solutions, not just for the rear wing, but also for the under tray and the front wing.
Yeah, you're right. It's never that easy. It's never that you can only change one part in aerodynamics. You always basically need to change the whole package because the flow is obviously going to the rear wing. So if you change that, everything else will also be, or needs to be adjusted. While we see Tallinn approaching the green flag.
E19 now on their way. We're here last year. Strong showings. They posted the fastest skid pad time yesterday afternoon. Only got overtaken by 2 teams this morning, so finished in 3rd place there. Driver navigating the narrow section. Had some issues there. He used his rear axle to get around the narrow corner. Maybe a little bit too much there.
Yeah, he needed to correct steering against the direction, but still managed. I don't think he hit a cone actually there.
Yeah, good job, definitely.
Now going onto the back straight, not back straight, but back section we have here.
Tallinn, I would say, one of the teams that is usually very, very consistent.
Yeah, they've been here in the mix for the last years.
Over the line now with their first run. 57.25, 11th position for now.
Jonas, did you see the DRS going open?
Yeah, I was a bit surprised actually, because we've seen it earlier today in the acceleration, but not at the starting line or on the uphill section. I saw their rear wing getting opened, so either the driver forgot about it or they got an issue.
Hit a cone there on the tight section, but yeah, you're right. I'm also a little bit surprised because especially in the uphill section with the wind, with the headwind you have, this can have a huge advantage actually.
Yeah, another cone flying on the downhill section. The driver seemingly taking a lot more risk here, rightfully so, after posting a decent time in his first run. Now making his way back. No, DRS open still. Over the line now. I think this will be improvement, but at least one cone. 53.6, putting them into 8th position. Extremely strong time.
Yeah, 6/10 missing to beat the time from Munich.
Yeah, also this is an improvement. 4 seconds is rather high. A high difference between their first and their second run. Maybe took it a little bit too careful in their first run, but it also depends on the approach of the driver, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, getting a first run in, like a first safe run, is always a good approach, I think, in some cases. And yeah, they still have 2 runs left, but it also shows the potential the car has.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's not just about posting a safe run for you, but it's also about giving a good feeling for your second driver, because now your second driver basically doesn't have to care at all anymore about going safe in the first run. He can immediately go all in. Yeah, try the best and see what the full potential of the car is.
Yeah, and this is what you need to do. I mean, if everything is that close, you need to get yourself into the best possible position. And this is one of the approaches. You need to have a good driver, a good pair of drivers actually, to set a confident first lap, and then potentially also under better conditions send out your second driver who's even faster, and then can go into the autocross with a very good feeling that yeah, also reduces a little bit the pressure.
In the chat, someone asked where ART Racing is. Quick update on them. C12, I think that is. They had a little bit of a compliance issue that yeah, now the scrutineers found, and they are hoping to fix hopefully soon. Meanwhile, EO8 back on track. Kasper, I remember that name from last year actually, so they were definitely here, I would say. He's got experience on the track, and you can see it as well here, no cone there. They participated in acceleration yesterday evening with only 1 motor.
Yeah, only the left one, rear left, they used in acceleration. Resulted obviously in a lot of wheel spin, but it looks better now, to be honest.
Yeah, they improved their time this morning after fixing the issues with the right motor, the rear right motor. Now two-wheel drive. Had another small braking issue this morning that they were able to fix. So the team seemingly being able to react quickly and now going over the line, their first run.
I mean, what an achievement, right? If you have this amount of problems and then you're actually able to manage this early here, that's very good. And 1 minute, 5 seconds, 81.
Yeah, strong showing from the Polish team here. Now immediately going for the second run. You can hear the front wing touching the ground and the brake is... Oh! And they pull out. They pull out. The TSAL is green. Seems like the driver is restarting the shutdown circuit.
We hear
the
beep.
ready to drive sound. It sounded like the car just turned off and you turn it back on again.
Yeah, we had a similar situation earlier. Car stopping, they couldn't manage to continue, but fortunately, no problem for E8 basically here. But also, if we're honest, the second run will not be an improvement.
Yeah, of course, this is sort of a lost run for them now. It's about gathering data now, getting as much experience as Casper can for the second driver afterwards. Unfortunate for them. I hope they can get an improvement later. And now we also see TU Delft following them.
Also one of the teams that were struggling a little bit with the motor and drive unit.
Yeah, Christian, they were struggling with it. You're right, but nevertheless still had a really, really strong showing at FS Switzerland with the second overall place there behind UAS Essling.
Yeah, they couldn't really manage to solve the problems until FS Czech here, still running only with the rear-wheel motors. But also, I mean, car still shows a lot of potential.
Yeah, especially in the corners. You can see the car being planted to the ground. DRS opening here. And over the line.
Yeah, the team is cheering. I think this is also the approach. The approach is basically getting reliable through all the disciplines, which they did so far, and also here in autocross, they're competing very reliable. And this is what they're hoping for, right? They're hoping for getting through everything and then see what's actually in the outcome. This is the best they can do. And put the focus on reliability, finishing endurance, and then see.
And the statics, of course, Christian. 58.
Yeah, statics, of course, yeah.
Yeah. Traditionally a strong part of Delft's competition, or Delft's teams. 58.47. DRS open right at the start. This is what we missed at Tallinn's car. The rear wing opening and closing again. Working definitely beautifully on E85.
In the meantime, we see also another car running up the line. A combustion car, and being more precise, a hybrid combustion car.
Yeah, it's the first hybrid car that we see running here on the autocross today. Revs going up. Wow, it's always incredible to hear those 4 cylinders at the starting line, Christian. Setting the rev limiter at the end of the hill. Lots of power going up there.
Oh!
But coming to the stop, I couldn't actually tell if this was a driver's mistake.
Yeah,
he's getting pushed back. It seems like a lot of understeer there.
Yeah, he was just understeering, I think, out of the corner. Maybe he couldn't get out of gear and the car was just pushing forward. But we also see, like, I think Delft standing on the track.
Yeah, they passed the finish line very, very slowly. Not sure what exactly happened there. Definitely not an improvement for them. BME also standing still, but getting to the start again. Of course, this run not being able to finish in a competitive manner, but luckily for them, of course, it happened on the first run. Yeah, BME's driver, we mentioned a couple times, if you got any mistakes, bunch of cones in the first run, it is about getting as much experience as you can. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. BME, one of the top contenders for the past couple of years here. Always really strong showings in autocross and all the other disciplines, also acceleration. They've won, or they posted the fastest time in skid pad earlier for combustion cars. Over the line now. One minute 40, of course, the time with, about 30 to 40 seconds of standing still. So I'm sure the second time will be a lot quicker. A lot of wheel spin at the start.
I need to see now. But there's so many cars there. I was hoping they'll chill a bit, then I can use it.
Yeah, while we see this time around everything going well in this upper section here. Also the Delft time was a 1 minute 20 seconds, so yeah, there were some issues right in front of the finish line. We couldn't get up to speed anymore, but they still managed to finish and now are standing in the post-scrutineering line.
Yeah, BME Motorsports now coming down the hill. It's looking better. They had some issues with the tight corners. Would almost say that their wheelbase is a little bit longer than some other teams, but this is of course speculation. Over the line, we hear them hitting the ref limiter quite often. Sometimes, I guess, desired, or it's not worth the upshift before a corner.
Yeah. Sounded a little bit unusual. Maybe only speculating, but yeah, it's an issue we saw also in the first run. Maybe it was related to shifting issue, right? Not going down the gear and then the car basically pushing you out of the corner just straight, understeering. So yeah, this could also match the symptoms we saw here with hitting the ref limiter.
Yeah, just one of the challenges that you additionally have, of course, with a combustion car, shifting, something that is not really the case with electric vehicles.
Yeah, and definitely, I mean, the car is not lacking complexity here. With a hybrid system that is actually running, you also have the whole challenges of electric motors, batteries, energy storage, combined with the combustion and the manual aspects of it, clutch, shifting, etc. So, yeah, definitely not lacking complexity.
But now, Christian, it is E96 WHC Racing approaching the starting line with their second driver off of it. 52.55 in their second run earlier from their first driver. Fifth place so far. And from here on, it's only up, of course. The first, actually the second of the top 5 going for their third run.
Yeah, car touching the ground a little bit on the downhill section. Nothing dramatic.
Yeah, we've heard this before, Christian. Still looks incredibly fast. The car just looks planted to the ground. Very stable, under braking and cornering.
Yeah, one of the more experienced teams here. Team is applauding. Let's wait for the first time here.
53.03. Not an improvement, but only half a second off of their best time. And if I remember correctly, there was at least there was about a 4-second improvement for the first driver between their first and their second run. So I'm sure that Ron here can also improve his time by quite a bit if he doesn't make any mistakes.
Yeah, let's see. If it's the same margin, that would be also very surprising. But to be honest, he goes for it. A lot more confidence up in the slalom section.
And he's got nothing to lose, of course. Now it's all in. No cones here. Really strong around that tight corner. Up the hill, and now down he goes. Slalom, full throttle there.
Yeah, this is looking very fast, very confident. No cone so far.
Tapping the brakes. We've seen a lot of teams struggling with that right-hander here. That is somewhat new in the autocross. No problem for Ron.
Yeah, the car's looking good. Ron is looking very confident.
Onto the last straight, hard braking.
And across the finish line.
Came extremely close to the cones, even at the very last corner.
I think it will be an improvement. Yeah,
it is, Christian. 51.77, putting them into 4th place here, ahead of Your Name Racing Graz and right behind Stuttgart with their first run. Congratulations, WHC Racing Team, putting them into a prime spot for tomorrow.
Yeah, congratulations. I mean, the 4th run being the fastest, this is how you imagine it. Yeah, they basically just executed, right? I mean, best they can do. Looked very good, and I think for tomorrow we are very excited to see if they can actually finish it. Also the drivers, difference. I mean, what you say about that?
I think it's actually looking pretty similar between them. I mean, even though Ron got the improvement here about 2 seconds, about 1 second, it's not too much. The drivers looking very, very equal. The first driver maybe taking it a little bit safer in the first run on purpose. It all, at least to me, seemed very planned, very well executed, as you mentioned. Good job, WHC Racing Team. Looking forward to see them again on track tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely a good job. And tomorrow with this consistency of both drivers, I think, yeah. And I also think we haven't seen any cones from both drivers, so this is what you also need.
Yeah, definitely one of the teams that the shortest drive here, I would say. There's only a few that are closer, namely Dresden. So yeah, it's almost their home competition.
Yeah, if you think of it, I mean, this competition is closer to a lot of teams, also to a lot of German teams. East German teams more specific, also Berlin, for example. It's a lot closer going here than actually to the German FSG event. So it's basically kind of their home ground. And in the meantime, while we see Zwickau in the post-scrutineering after finishing their 4th and last run, I would like to remind you to please subscribe also to our channel. We have a goal of 1,500 subscribers. We are close getting there. Yeah, please continue doing so. I think Skoda has some surprise planned. I don't know what it is exactly, but yeah, you can stay tuned to find out about that a little bit more.
Yeah, we already saw Skoda quite a few times on stream this week. They were always good sports while we were at the booth, so I would be looking forward to what they have in store.
Yeah, also providing definitely the best coffee here on site, to be honest. But
yeah, they've been visited very frequently by everybody, including us.
Yeah, it's also maybe a good opportunity to get some, but we speak with some people to support us here.
Yeah, while we have a bit of a lull, maybe it is worth talking about what I've seen so far out on track. I gave you updates every now and then. I'm quite happy with the pace that I've seen so far. There have always more or less been cars in the queue. We've had a couple of minutes here or there for little interjections. So yeah, I'm very happy with what the teams have been doing out on track. They've showed up early. The weather hasn't been anywhere near as much of a problem as we expected. It is still insanely windy. We've had to tie down things that you wouldn't have to expect to tie down. The Skoda Arch is still doing its dance out there, out on track. But overall, very few cars not making it through the run. Of course, we've had a few here and there with intermittent electrical issues. One of the hybrid cars maybe having a bit of a wiggle. But other than that, pretty happy. Especially boding well for the endurance tomorrow.
Do you have some more info maybe about the post-scrutineering line? Also the queue there we have. How is it progressing?
So I don't have a direct update from the scrutineers themselves. So far I've not seen too many dejected faces walking out. But then again, we can only really update once the points are published. So yeah, take anything that we say with a grain of salt. We have had, just like yesterday, quick notes on make sure that your interlock wiring is how the officials want to see it. Other than that, pretty normal checks. I think if you've managed to pass post-scrutiny the last couple of days, you shouldn't really have an issue here.
Yeah, everything is picking up speed. And I think also like the speed you mentioned, like everything, the frequency also, we saw cars running out on track. It's huge improvement also in comparison to last year. I mean, the competition basically changed the track layout specifically for that, and I think it shows, right? We have a lot of cars on track. We have more cars like at the similar time on track. Yeah, and everything is just moving a lot faster.
Yeah, I think it's great to see how competitive it ended up being. In the beginning, I remember you guys saying, I hope we go below the 1 minute when Kit set a one sub or close to 1 minute banker lap, and now we've already cracked the 50 seconds. And we're seeing quite a few teams doing that. I think that's really worth pointing out as, say, something positive. The cars that are driving are quite competitive.
Yeah, I mean, the competition is insane. We basically only saw Zwickau now completing all the runs, and every other team that is up there still has 2 more runs to go. And I think they're gambling a little bit. As you said, the weather is staying very consistent. We also saw the weather radar earlier, like a couple of seconds ago, where it shows that everything behind the hills is actually clearing up. So not much rain waiting to come over here anymore. Yeah, that's good. That's good, I think.
Yeah, that's great. It's always nice seeing, like, casting your eye beyond the track here. The venue is in this beautiful valley, and indeed, it's shielded by this mountain range. So while we have plenty of wind blowing over there, I don't think that's going to stop. I'm still amazed by the fact that we have a Formula Student event that is heavily influenced by wind. It's really the first time that I see something like this.
Yeah, and you have seen a lot of events, right? I mean,
yeah, I've seen quite a few, but mostly at FSG. But yeah, this is the windiest I've ever had it. But we have a car making its way to the green flag position. That's good news. Combustion car joining us.
Yeah, one of the combustion cars finishing scrutineering, lining up, C95.
That is Firenze. Definitely already saw them driving yesterday.
Yeah, putting up some consistent timings also there.
Got some trouble getting going towards the timing line, but managed eventually. Yeah, that hill is a bit of a struggle. I'm not sure if we've seen any other cars do that.
Definitely not with this sound.
Yeah, up there on top of the hill, that's a very slow and technical section.
Yeah, let's see if they can get the car around here. Looking good.
Hairpin super tight on that downhill section, of course. Yeah, everything is off camber. But maybe if they've been struggling with their clutch engagement a little bit downhill, maybe it's slightly easier.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I don't remember the driver from previous occasions here on the autocross track. So yeah, looking confident. A long drift here on the infield.
Yeah, the high-speed section I think suits them a little bit more. Now making their way onto the final straight.
Loud bangs we can hear.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, they were also quite poppy when we saw them on the test track, but they're across the line.
And it's a 1:12.53, putting them into third position, but this is only their first run, so expect some improvements in the second one.
Yeah, smart decision, immediate rerun, keep your tires warm.
And no car on track that could potentially disturb with a yellow flag.
No, as always, when I say something like, hey, we've had a consistent run of cars, that's when it breaks down. Commentator's curse is always going strong.
Yeah, don't jinx it. I mean, they made a good impression so far.
I have a feeling it's been popping more when the car was stationary for a little bit. I'm really not a combustion guy. I have no idea if that can be correlated. It's just an observation that I can give you.
To be honest, it sounds not that every bang is a shift, because then we would have infinite gear set in there. But yeah, it's very unique, definitely.
What has your guys' observation on cones been so far? Of course, we can't count everything. We also only see on stream what everybody else is seeing, more or less. But from what I saw, at least from in the queue, it looked pretty okay. Some cars really got into it. And
oh, we have a
slide.
spin. Speaking of cones, you said it earlier.
Doing it again. Yeah, this is an unfortunate place to spin, but yeah, the official waving the car on, I think, since they didn't enter the track in exactly the same spot that they left it, this might also be an off course, but it's nevertheless a good sign that they got going again and can get the car back here into the queuing area, get the second driver in, and get a more competitive time down.
Yeah, oversteering around the corner, just drifting, spinning the rear round. And yeah, I hope we didn't jinx it.
Yeah, of course, 5 seconds slower time lost there in the spin. But I think that also means that the second run was quite a bit faster. If they only lost 5 seconds, I think they were stationary for longer than that. They might have been on a good run there.
Yeah, I agree. The car definitely looks like it has a lot of potential. Let's hope the second driver can really make the most out of it. We already saw a spin from them yesterday in skid pad when the track was still very, very dusty. So it seems like it's almost a bit tough to control it.
Yeah, it's either a tail happy or windy section back there on track. They were going with the wind, so yeah, we talked about the rear instability this morning when we talked about the track setup, so could also be catching them up.
Yeah, I agree. This is definitely a topic that is not to be underestimated. I would say it is still very, very relevant. The wind just keeps picking up at random times here, and then it's just about getting a bit lucky as well in the right window here. When maybe the sun is out as well, which it hasn't been for quite some time. So yeah, but this is part of motorsport. It's an outside sport as we say. So definitely luck is a condition or is needed as well.
Yeah, you got to be content with the conditions that you get. We are also trying to contend with it, just putting on more and more layers of jackets and hoodies here. The wind is really blasting us here in the cold. My hands are freezing. You put on another jacket. So yeah, it's definitely weather out here.
Yeah. Question from Thomas here. What happens when a yellow flag is being waved? Jonas, can you answer that one?
Yeah, that depends which event we're in, of course. This is the autocross, so I'll answer that first. In order to provide the highest chance for a team to set a competitive time, if they have a yellow flag being shown to them and they are not the cause during an autocross run, they get a rerun. I don't think we had a situation like that today just yet. Maybe that's why the question popped up. I briefly thought that Delft might have been in that situation, but it wasn't so. So yeah, for autocross, you get a rerun if you're not causing it. For endurance, it's tough luck, unfortunately. There is not really much that you can do once the car has gotten going. The fuel is set, the accumulators are charged just the right way, so you can't really stop or rerun or make a lap not count. The only concession that you can get from a car that's slow in front of you is the overtaking zones. So yeah, it really depends. That's why autocross is important. This is basically the qualifying of Formula Student. You want to position yourself in as good of a start grid, in as competitive of a group as you can for the endurance tomorrow, so that you can avoid these kind of situations as much as possible. The lower you are, the less competitive your running order is going to be.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the point basically. It's about getting into the starting slot that gives you the best position for the endurance race tomorrow. 22 kilometers. We will talk more about the overtaking and the yellow flag procedure there probably tomorrow. Meanwhile, we got another question in what the top time was from last year's session. That was a 63 seconds from your Neom Racing Graz. However, it's not really comparable. We mentioned at the beginning of the stream a little bit that the track layout changed quite a bit in order or in the attempt to let more cars out at the same time, which I would say the organizers definitely succeeded at. But yeah, of course, the track or the times not really comparable, whereas the track layout is still very similar. It's just missing that one long left-hander that we've seen in the last couple of years.
Yeah, honestly, having walked this track for the first time ever for myself this year, this is an impressive track. I'm not sure if that has come up yet, but it looks like a blast to drive, to be honest. Super technical sections, but overall still pretty fast. I'm just watching the effect of the wind here on the Kiel car, the guy on the push bar really having to work the drag from the aero into the wind. Yeah. And yeah, we always have these little blasts, gusts of wind also hitting us here on the main stage. You see this blue tent sometimes on the stream. That's where we are located. And yeah, it's getting more and more of a factor. Maybe as the sun sort of comes over the valley here, heats things up and makes the atmospheric happenings more and more interesting over time.
And now we see another car that we haven't seen on track so far, finally coming for their first manual driving. It's E53 from HAW Kiel. And they've had one pre-event, also with the alumni team. But yeah, weren't able to drive until now. And they immediately go off the track.
Yeah, it looks like they missed that little first chicane. Right after the timing beams, basically.
Yeah, the car looks super twitchy on the rear. It looks like it's extremely unstable, under-accelerating.
They also have a cone stuck, or did collect another one on the front wing?
I'm not 100% sure whether they have all their 4 motors working. It looks like they get a lot of torque from one side almost. Yeah, under braking, it's super unstable as well. The driver is fighting the car, basically, trying to get it home here.
Yeah, it sort of seems to break out to the right under braking.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, and I briefly caught a glimpse. Karlsruhe is here again. They opted to take the GoPro along again, so we're going to get another onboard shot in the live stream.
Yeah, let's hope for now that the driver from Kiel can get the car over the finish line. It looks a bit more stable now, I would say. He's still touching a cone every now and then.
Yeah, but again, that right breakout.
Yes. Incredible driving, to be honest, from his side. Like, the car looks extremely tough to control. Sliding under braking is one of the things that really doesn't give you confidence into the car. But I would say that he still managed well for the issues that he had, and the drivers also pulling out immediately.
Yeah, I think he's motioning to want to go out. The driver definitely not happy with the performance. I can see why. Here's a tricky question. How do you call it in vehicle dynamics? If under braking, when you don't apply any steering input, the front brakes out. Is that oversteer or understeer?
I feel like I'm speaking to Claude Royale now here. Yeah, good question. But now let's focus on K-Racing. They've been one of the first teams on the track today. Onboard was on again. Driver looking confident, their second one. tight to the corner here. You see them fighting with the steering wheel a little bit. Of course, no power swing. Taking the one cone.
Yeah, they'll be upset about that, but still, hopefully on course for a sub 1 minute time. The camera feed cutting out there as the car basically disappears behind the hill a little bit. This tag intersection as you come off the intersection onto the faster part where we skipped that this morning. It's so refreshing to see this. I really like this.
Yeah, I totally agree. Love the display here, what is possible now. Thomas's colleague was the first one to go below 1 minute earlier this morning. Let's see if he can do it as well. And he can, 57.8. Not an improvement, but close to their first time from the first run. Making his way back now for the last attempt of the day.
If they can keep it clean this run, at least 2 cones, like we mentioned. They have their last run of the day lined up.
And here they go. Last run of the day.
This looks twitchier than before. But maybe that's just the deception of the onboard.
It looks like the car is really doing exactly what Thomas wants it to do right now.
Yeah, it could indeed be aggressive on purpose, but I think he just hit exactly the same cone that he had on the first run again.
He did, just taking it a little bit too wide at the entry of that hairpin, but maybe he realized that they struggled too much with it, and before having to brake in front of the tires, just rather take that 2-second penalty there.
Yeah, I remember certain tracks, it was actually beneficial to knock over a certain cone. That was a faster line than you would have had with that cone in place. Who knows if this is the case, but that hairpin is super tight.
Yeah. And over the finish line. .34, their fastest time of the day. Obviously, those 2 seconds will be added to it.
If I remember correctly, AMZ is still a little bit faster.
The fastest time for them, of course.
Little jink there. We get a bit of a drone shot of the queue. I only see 3 cars that potentially could get going here. The first one is Zurich, speaking of them for the fastest time. Second driver, I'm not sure if we know which one is the faster one. Different strategies that teams employ, whether the first one just goes out, a bit of a reconnaissance lap, and just does his thing to collect as much intelligence for the second faster driver to send it later on. Depending on things like weather, track conditions, etc., that can also be quite risky.
Yeah, and just on what we saw right now, some interesting insight. I went also there to the queue, and it's not only one queue you see here on the left. In the background of it, before you actually line up towards the autocross, we see a lot of teams actually standing there. Also, Joachim Graz standing there. A lot of the other ones also here we see on the top of the leaderboard, actually kind of looking towards like gambling to having the best spot in the end. So I think it will be interesting who makes the first move and actually goes towards the starting line.
Some might call it gambling. I've also seen plenty of teams here in the first couple of days just tweaking settings, taking their time, eating some cake or a banana. So yeah, who knows whether it's intentional or unintentional gambling. But yeah, right by the fire truck next to the swimming pool there, cars waiting to enter the dynamic area, and then of course first pre-inspection, then you get to line up at the go position, then forward to the green line. So this is all a long straight of things to do before you can actually get going.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I saw basically both, right? Teams out with their laptop connected to the car, getting some data, maybe adjusting some settings towards the third and fourth run, but also saw some teams basically really just waiting, completely just waiting and seeing what's actually going on, observations, observing the basically competition, and then going for the best spot possible.
Good to mention, I've seen a couple of supportive comments roll by here on the stream in the chat. That's always great to see. I think we mentioned it multiple times already. The Formula student spirit, I think, is alive and kicking here in Czechia. It's been great to see camaraderie from teams in the dynamic area, helping each other out, lending tools where necessary, helping with equipment, and yeah, it makes this effort of putting this stream on all the more worthwhile to know that the people watching along at home, whether they're team members, family members, anything, is well appreciated. It's nice to see the interaction with you guys. Of course, I'm going to point out again our subscriber counter goal at the bottom of the stream. Who knows what Škoda has in store, but yeah, subscribe. There is one more stream this year, of course, tomorrow the Endurance. That will get you updates when that stream is live. We have timing, but it's not always exactly on point, so you'll be notified tomorrow if you subscribe. But also, hopefully we get to do this next year again. This has been a blast so far, and then you'll also be on there. We get a question in about the length of the track of the autocross. I would guess that it is roughly a kilometer, just based on the fact that it took me about 15 minutes to walk this lap twice this afternoon. But yeah, I think the exact length you will be able to calculate from how many laps the teams are meant to drive tomorrow in the Endurance, and then yeah, divide that by the goal of 22 kilometers.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's pretty accurate. The only thing we need to basically subtract from that 1 kilometer is the section here. You go from the finish line to the starting line again. So maybe it's more like, let's say 900, something like this, 850.
That's an interesting point you make. The section that is now yeah, going under the footbridge for the spectators. I heard a couple of teams like Zwickau, despite being very fast, actually bottoming out on this slightly bumpier section of track.
Yep.
That's usually something you would see at FSG, at the infield and track transition. I really hope that this isn't going to end up in tears for some teams bottoming out their front wings.
Yeah, just a short side note, we see the gate here, the Škoda gate, moving around in the wind, just showing again how windy it is. But yeah, you're right, this is something we normally see most of the time during Endurance, and we are right in front of the stage actually, where the cars are touching the ground. We will have a close eye on it tomorrow.
Meanwhile, the third Romanian team now on track for this afternoon. University of Brasov, Blue Streamline Racing, fresh off FS Balkans. They could win it the past 3 years actually. So very consistent. They finished all endurances since 2022. So extremely consistent car here.
And reliable. I mean, this is something that it is normally unlikely to see that in Formula Student, that kind of reliability.
Yeah, definitely. That kind of streak. I mean, maybe they don't have anybody in their team that remembers even how it is to DNF.
Yeah, same situation I think we had a couple of years back with Bruno team. One of the most impressive reliability streaks I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's correct. Towards the end of their combustion era, I would say. They went full electric.
Mind the commentator's curse, guys. Talking about reliability is always bad juju for the Endurance tomorrow. But hey, C11 across the line, third run, if I'm not mistaken.
First run it is. 1:11 for them, immediately putting them ahead of Theo Yazi. In second position, a good distance to BME Motorsport in first, and I'm sure they will try to cut those 10 seconds down.
Yeah, this is a combustion sound that you can enjoy more than the pops and crackles from Firenze. Sounds a lot smoother.
Yeah, shifting seemingly going well here. A little bit of an unusual aerodynamic design. But this is also the great thing about the rules, right? That it allows freedom for so many different approaches.
Yeah, these guys have been very recognizable in scrutineering on the test track. It's always, you just need to go up and down with your hands, and then everybody knows which car you're talking about.
And now they are followed by the leader of the electric category.
That looks super aggressive so far off the line and up the hill.
Yeah, AMZ Racing taking one cone there up there. Driver maybe a little slightly too aggressive at the start. We're overestimating the grip here. I saw them earlier on the testing track for quite some time. Yeah, just getting best preparation before their run here.
Yeah, they put a lot of effort between the runs to now being best prepared for the third and fourth run. And yeah, they're actually completely going for it. I mean, full risk in this run here.
Blue Stream, sorry, Christian, to interrupt you, but Blue Streamline in the meantime improving 5 seconds to 106.4. Good showing from them. MZ Racing now almost over the finish line as well, but they come to a stop almost.
On the last straightaway, just a couple of corners away from the timing lights, they're actually discharged, so the high voltage system is off.
Yes. And this is not the first time that we've seen this from them today, right?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a thing with them. Their inverters have caused them quite some issues, especially in this event, as far as I can tell, but maybe also in the others. Yellow flags, of course, out for Brno, so the rerun that we talked about just a couple of minutes ago will probably come into effect for them. Let's see if they're going to be waved by. Swiss guys are getting charged again.
Yeah, red light is on again. Here they go. Yellow flags were deployed for a second, but I'm sure they will be taking off again. Over the line, obviously no competitive time for them, but at least the driver got to know the track and can hopefully improve in the second run.
By the way, I said Brno is getting yellow flags, but they're still standing at the ready position, so I don't think anyone else was actually behind Zurich.
No, nobody got released. Zurich pulling into the paddock, though.
Interesting choice of tactics. This means that they will have to queue again if they want the last run for the second driver. So yeah, it might be quite a while before we see them again. Usually the combination of post and pre-scruty again is going to take you quite some time.
Yeah, but now it really is Brno's time on the track. Got released the home team here.
Yeah, let's check out how this car is going. Uphill section, pretty steady, into that really tight hairpin. Slinging the back around beautifully though. When I walked this section, I was amazed at all the off-camber corners that this presents, but no drama for Brno.
Yeah, really strong showing from them so far. Look in the prime spot to take home the Czech crown.
Final couple of corners, a bit of a slide. Didn't lose too much time though.
Yeah, really well recovered.
Good showing for a first run.
Under 1 minute as well, 55.45 seconds. Really strong time, immediately putting them into 11th place already in their first out of 4 runs. Driver probably going for a second run. Yes, he does. Let's see what the Dragon can do in the second run.
I'm always praying a little bit that the drivers aren't gonna do the same thing as sometimes happens on skid pad, just pulling into the wrong lane here. But they're off for the second round.
Yeah, I would say that it's like quite, or a little bit easier here in autocross. Nobody has mistaken it so far.
The chicanes on the uphill part looked a little bit more aggressive than the first time around. I think they definitely wanted a time on the board. And are now ready to push a bit harder the second time.
Yeah, 100%. This is looking very, very quick. I mean, of course, they've always been here since 13 years. first of combustion now with electric cars since 2021 already as well.
One cone. Tumble, indeed. But yeah, is there such a thing as a home advantage in Formula Student? I'm not really sure. Maybe it's going to show in their time. Hey, that's not good noises from them. That looks not good, because one of the wheels I see rolling away. That must either be the rear left.
No way.
Yes, indeed. We see it on stream now. In the last couple of corners. That is really tough luck.
Yeah, they get over the line without cones there. Just that one that we saw at the end of the track. 53.26 seconds for them. But that rim is off.
That's a great time. I really, really, really hope we have the red flag out, so no other cars are going to be released. It's not like the queue is very full. But I really hope for Brno that it's not a similar failure as we've seen from Ljubljana on the test track. The tire, I think,
my god, look at this.
That looks like suspension failure at the very least. But I'm just trying to check if all the wheel studs are there. I'm not really seeing them, if I'm honest.
Yeah, but this is not just the rim. This is also at least some of the links being broken.
Yeah, it could always be that it's a question of what failed first, right?
Yeah,
Could always be that the tire came off, then the lower ball joint hits the ground and just yanks the entire wheel assembly back. Yeah, you literally can't park there, sir.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, we were speaking about it in the beginning of the session, that this is a very, very high load track, also on the suspension on the tires.
Yeah, it is a similar failure. See, the wheel stud mounts on the wheel hub are actually sheared out. So that's, interesting to see that we have this kind of failure twice. But if this has happened to my Formula Student car, this would have been almost the season for us. That's a very complicated part to make in the first place. Maybe you have a spare or two lying in the workshop, hopefully here on site. But yeah, this is a devastating blow for the Brno guys.
Yeah, the most important thing I think is here to analyze the sequence of failure, not come to the wrong conclusions here. And yeah, if they have a spare one, I think they need to make sure that this one is actually holding the loads that it's supposed to do, or if the calculation or maybe simulations are a little bit wrong.
Yeah, we see the wheel retrieved that had bounced all the way to the catch fence, where some of the viewers are standing. And yeah, this is there's also rim damage. That makes it even worse.
It looks like these are carbon rims.
Yeah, indeed. But that does point to the wheel mountings giving way first again. I think the lower ball joint of the upright just jammed into the rim there. That was a horrific noise, and yeah. I don't want to use the word thoughts and prayers, but yeah, my heart is going out to the Brno guys. This is going to be a tough thing to fix, especially for the endurance tomorrow.
Yeah, to be honest, it's great insight that we see here.
Yeah, our camera guys really trying hard to get us the best shot possible. I'm not sure how you guys watching this are feeling about it. Maybe let us know in the comments. But yeah, my heart bleeds every time we get a different camera angle.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, of course, there's a lot of Brno alumni here as well, working as volunteers, having their look at the wheel as well. Let's just hope they can get it fixed. They were doing so well so far, and I mean, I doubt that we will see them again today, but hopefully tomorrow, even if it is an out of order starting. But yeah, this looks like it could be a night shift.
At least one, indeed. We have some wheelie boards under the car now, so they can be removed from the track and we can resume our autocross operations. We have a bunch of cars lining up, vying to go. C82, a hybrid car, is in for their third run probably. I see Dresden. I see the other Stuttgart from DHBW. And the rest eludes me behind the flapping banner here in the breeze. Do you see more? There's
think the
definitely
queue is
Aachen in
getting
the mix there somewhere.
it's getting pretty long as well, and we've got the red flag now. I mean, now we still got almost 2 hours left in the session, so it's not that bad. But if this red flag is deployed at the very end of the session, and there's still a couple teams sort of gambling for that very last spot in the queue today, this could very well be the end of their chances to even put a time in.
Yeah, deciding factor indeed. So yeah, we've talked about it. We put our congrats out to the teams being here on time and giving us a good show. But yeah, this is what you need to contend with sometimes. Track closure because of a car breaking down.
Yeah, you're right. And if we look at the queue, we basically see the queue we described earlier that was basically behind the starting, like the entry of the starting line. This queue as a whole kind of moved into the dynamic area here, and everything, like all the teams are lining up. We see Dresden, we see also Joanneum, Stuttgart, as we mentioned earlier. Like everyone is now lining up. So we are up for a lot of action in the last 1 hour and 47 minutes.
Yeah, Christian, and the sun is coming out a little bit again. You can also see it on the rear wing here of Theo Bruneau's car. It's getting warmer again. Of course, still a lot of clouds. And in the back, close towards that mountain range, I can still see rain. So nobody really knows what's going to happen with the weather here. Could very well be sunny at a certain time, and that could be the difference maker here.
You can see the whole team standing around the car looking at it. Yeah, let's hope the drone operator is not following them into the pits. That would be maybe a little bit too much, but yeah, it's great insights we see here.
Yeah, you're right. I would also say that this could have been even worse if it happened, maybe in on the mountain section or at the very end of the track. Then they probably could have not recovered the car till the end of the session. Now at least they get 2 more hours back of working and trying to fix it for tomorrow.
Yeah, if they have a spare set, I think we can actually see them. This is maybe something we can find out until tomorrow. Maybe also even earlier until the closing stages of this session to find out what actually the plan for Bruno is, if they can attend tomorrow or not. But yeah, at least, I mean, they put a lap time in, right? So
They put a lap time in, they put the car out of the dynamic area. The entire team was actually watching and is now just crowding around the car. I asked them if they want to join us, but they respectfully declined. I understand. It's a tough moment to see something like that happen, especially out on track.
Yeah, and also especially as a home event. I mean, they've been here every year since, and yeah, it's sad to see that. But I'm pretty sure they will bounce back.
Absolutely. Getting ready to join us on track, Budapest, Hungarian team.
Yeah, C85 in the lead by more than 5 seconds, or almost 5 seconds right now in the combustion category. And now Adam is taking it for their 3rd and 4th run. Again, the only running hybrid system here. We've seen them having some issues with the super narrow sections up the hill. Let's see how he navigates it this time. Oh, sliding out of the corners already super early on the throttle, going up the hill.
Yeah, if my eyes don't deceive me, that's the hybrid system at work. It was pulling out of the corner just like a sting.
Yeah, but as expected, a little bit more careful around those corners there, touching the cone slightly. Maybe it stayed in the box, so it is not a penalty. But I'm sure now going down the hill, corners not as tight anymore. They'll make up a lot of time. But yeah, of course, trying to beat their own time from their previous run just a little bit over an hour ago.
You think the driver is hungry for more?
I hope he is, at least.
I mean, it would be great if we see them actually improve under 60 seconds. Let's see if they were actually achieving that also on the 3rd run. Yes, they did. 59.
So already in their 1st run of their 2nd driver. 3rd overall, 59.06.
Yeah, position at the green flag again. Right after them, I think we will get to see Dresden.
Yeah, this run looking even better up the hill.
Definitely finding
touching a cone.
bit
Was it
of
out?
a different line. He tried something else through the hairpin, but still not quite as fast as we've seen other cars
Yeah,
take this corner.
it worked in the first tight left-hander, but this time in the second left-hander he touched the cone there.
Was it out? Was it out?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from the drone shot as always. So take our cone counts with a huge grain of salt.
Absolutely. Of course, the scrutineers will have a really close look at it.
Let's say half a cone.
On average, probably, indeed. Dresden is off, while Budapest finishes.
Budapest over the line. This could be another improvement here.
It is.
Almost 2 seconds, that's a big one, 57.61, congratulations.
Yeah, putting 9 seconds between them and the second fastest combustion vehicle. Comfortably in first now, TU Budapest. Congratulations.
Yeah, Dresden, I gotta be honest, didn't look quite as peppy as I thought they would, based on what we saw from them yesterday in acceleration and skid pad. They were looking a little bit slow on the up top hill section.
Yeah, I don't actually think they made it to the skid pad. Acceleration one was this morning. Yeah, Tobias making the most out of it here.
Last corner across the line. Yeah, as I expected, 59.3.
Decent time still, decent time.
Sub 1 minute, we're happy with it, but yeah, immediate second run from the first driver. That's the right decision.
Yeah, but this is also about the approach, right? I mean, we've seen that for a couple teams that put one decent and safe time in, and then really going for it with their 3 other runs here. It's always harder to miss out on that first run of that chance of putting a good one in, and then still improving on the second runs afterwards.
Yeah, and we saw some teams actually improving, or some drivers actually improving up to 4 seconds in difference between the first and the second run. So let's see what they can actually do here.
Yeah, and this looks very smooth already. Dresden, probably the team, it's the closest driving distance from Most. It's just about 1 hour, a little bit above 1 hour.
I was trying to think of reasons why you would not set a banker lap and then go on a rant about different strategies, but yeah, there isn't really a good reason for it. We have a second car on track though. DHBW Stuttgart is here.
Also first time here in Czech Republic.
Dresden across the line. I'm always amazed that you know these kind of things, when and where a team has or hasn't been.
Yeah, Dresden, 57.91. 2 seconds improvement for them, putting them on P13. And Stuttgart almost
Slides
spinning
on
there.
The downhill section. I knew that somebody was going to be caught out by these corners. Looks very deceivingly flat when you see it here on stream, but it's everything there is off camber and it's super windy.
Yeah, that's exactly what we talked about earlier, Christian. Just that part that nobody can really practice, you know. You're going up the hill, you're going down the hill, the balance of the car shifts, the downforce acts differently. Then you mentioned the camber of the track as well. It's just really, really tough on the car and the drivers.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, for them also first time being here, they can't have any experience on this hill section. So yeah, this is maybe something that they need to get used to. And it's a 58.02 for them in the first run, which is actually not that bad.
Yeah, the unique features really catching teams out here. While Stuttgart goes for their immediate rerun, no, not rerun, second run, Joanneum Graz is also waiting to go out right after them.
Yeah, up the hill now, DHBW Engineering.
Yeah, I think the drone picked an unfortunate time to change its battery, so we're not seeing the rear sections from the second run from Stuttgart. That's unfortunate, but hey, you got to recharge sometime. It's been battling the wind here.
Still here the car. It's looking stable so far. Didn't hear or see any big slides.
Joneo, meanwhile, is off, making their way up the hill.
Yeah, this could be a big one as well. You see there's a lot of wind right now.
Yeah, it's actually really picking up now. I think you can hear it on the mics as well. Not a great moment that Graz picked to attack this track.
DHPW over the line now. The second run. .45. 12th position, DHPW Engineering in their second run, and now to Yonomi Racing. They are currently in 5th with a 52.2.
Yeah, the winners of the last 2 years now on the back straight, basically, with a lot of tailwind, we just mentioned.
Yeah, not just the winners, Christian, also the winning driver. And oh my god, just as we say that.
Big slide in the second to last corner. I think this was similar to what caught Zurich out, maybe. If it was Zurich. I'm losing my mind slowly.
So this is also what we've seen in some events in the past. When it's super windy and you have the tailwind and it's like 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, it's basically decreasing your downforce so much, and it's completely opposite what you're used to in the uphill section where you have the headwind actually, blowing towards you.
And the tough thing is, especially when it's not predictable, right? Like if you have this constant grip, it is somewhat, the good drivers at least can adjust to it. But if it's with those gusts that we experience here, coming at a random time, it is just really, really tough to react on. And with cars being this light, I mean, Yoneum Graz Racing, 148.5 kilograms, it is extremely tough to control them.
Yeah, and he knows the track, he knows the track, he knows exactly where the limit is. He has driven here, he has won here in the past. So I think, again,
he's struggling a lot, actually.
As soon as it goes onto the back direction.
Yeah, it's not just the winning car of last year, it's also the winning driver of the autocrosses last year. Pretty sure some still remember that heart rate of him going up around 200 BPMs, if I remember.
Yeah,
now
going a little
section,
bit more careful.
no sliding this time.
Yeah, a little more careful there. But definitely shows what their goal is for this afternoon session.
Yeah, we also got the time from Yoneum. It's a 52.75. That's not an improvement, unfortunately.
Yeah, the wind really picking up now. I mean, we saw a couple of teams going again. AMZ as well also weren't happy. Pulled out of their third run. And now it's WUT Racing from Warsaw on track.
Immediately followed by Aachen making their way to the green flag as well. That hairpin. That hairpin. It's always tricky to pick your line through there. Wind, again, super gusty, and you basically have your barn doors of a rear wing sideways into the wind. So whether you can actually make it to help you turn around is debatable. It's definitely going to be distracting.
Yeah, Aachen's car looking nervous already at the entry of the hill section. Meanwhile, Warsaw almost on their way back here. Last couple corners. Oh, completely missing the braking point there.
Yeah,
massive understeer.
Difficult part. Again, tailwind section. Maybe that had something to do with it. Didn't really see any inputs really causing this.
Nevertheless, getting over the line. .111.74. Currently in third place.
And this directly with the first run.
Aachen now close to the finish line. Over they go. Yeah, team visibly happy.
Yeah, I think they were really vying for successful runs of the car here. They've struggled so much in scrutineering. Just getting the car out here, an achievement in and of itself.
Yes, so the time from Aachen is an improvement directly in their third run, 51.9 seconds. They now need to wait a little bit, but if they can improve, they could be very close, running in the top 3.
Yeah, let's hope that the driver can make his surname proud, Mr. Quicks.
And off they go as well. Warsaw, meanwhile, almost finishing their second run. I didn't see any cones from here, but also we didn't have the camera on them for the entire time. We will keep you updated about their times. Now, extremely twitchy up that hill section. Looked very, very smooth. Bastian really going for it now.
And it's going to get competitive out on track. Rennteam is back.
Yeah, currently in third place overall. Maybe being pushed down in a minute from Aachen, that are really pushing here as well. Also struggling in that back section. The rear getting a bit looser. A little bit of oversteer, of course. But over the line without any cones there as far as I could spot.
And it is an improvement, 50.6.
Yes, the second fastest time of the day that we see today, that we've seen so far, ahead of Trondheim. Really, really well done by them. Congratulations. But now let's see what the Rennteam Uni Stuttgart can do. 51.22, their time from their second run previously. You can see the sun being out now, track heating up, and they are over the line.
Yeah, it is worth noting where it's an effect here. As the second the sun comes out, every surface just gets super hot. So I expect the teams that are running in the sun now to improve slightly. Nevertheless, Rennteam didn't so far.
Yeah, 52.92 in their first run of the second driver. Of course, for him also, the first time that he is here. First time that the Rennteam is here, so the first time that he is actually driving this track. But yeah, now that I guess, getting his previous run is in, he'll definitely build on that one and improve the time the next one. Oh, definitely. I see a bunch of cones flying, unfortunately, up the hill.
At least 2.
Very aggressive there.
Yeah, he was pushing hard second run to get everything out. It's the last run of the day. You would expect exactly this kind of behavior. Just send it all, do your best, and if you hit cones, yeah, so be it.
Yeah, especially with a pack this tight. I mean, you already got a time and that is very close to the top times. You're definitely not going to lose a lot of points either way. So now it's about getting on that podium, getting to that fastest time here. So definitely cannot blame them on giving it all.
Last couple of wind-swept corners across the line.
And it is a slight improvement for them, at least time-wise, 50.8, staying in fourth position here. Of course, those 2 cones that we saw flying at the beginning of the track will be added to that, 2 seconds each.
Yeah, and as much as I hate to say it, it's always worth noting as well. Just because the car makes it across the finish line doesn't mean that you get points in the back. There is one final challenge waiting for all of these teams that we've seen driving today. There is always post-scrutiny.
Yeah, well, that is true. I feel like, especially now that the teams have went through it, doing acceleration, doing squared bed, and those teams as well after the first run of autocross, I'm sure they're used to it now. They know what the scrutineers are checking. They know what to have an eye on, especially. So yeah, I think they're prepared pretty well for this one, and I don't expect to have a lot of DSQs after the runs here in autocross. One time that we were missing earlier, of course, WUT Racing, putting themselves into second position for the combustion category. Still quite a bit off of BME's time, but slightly ahead of C11 Blue Streamline.
Yeah, meanwhile, car from Yassi Racing Team making its way to the green flag for the third run of the day.
Yeah, 1:11.84. The time to beat for them. They need to shave off a good 5 seconds to get on the podium here. And this does not look very promising. It almost looks like they lost something there. I see some smoke coming from the car.
Yeah, it looks like there's something hanging down in the back of the car. I also, the puffs of smoke, maybe something related to the exhaust. It's not the first combustion car that has been struggling up that hill. I think it was Firenze who, either the clutch was slipping or something else was wrong, but they didn't come to a complete stop like Yassi just did. Yellow flags thrown, so I don't expect any other cars to be released. Nevertheless, I'll cast my eye into the queue. We have Brasov returning. I also see Delft and the car number 54. I think that's Tallinn. I see a question popping up here on stream. How do we vote for the best livery? If I'm not mistaken, the polls that we have open should be linked in the description of the stream. We also should have a bot reposting the links every now and then. The polls are still open for a little bit. We have just under an hour and a half left just in this session. So yeah, there is still plenty of time. Swift action from the on-track officials and marshals getting this car off the track, thankfully. I think there is a convenient exit road just at the timing line so that we can get going again and see more on-track action.
And we see another car also queuing up right behind. I think E54. It's E13, Fast Tube to Berlin. They also had a different approach in the beginning. They were just driving one run and then directly going out. It seems to be they had some technical issues, only driving with 40 kilowatts. So I hope they fixed it and just, 3 cars ahead of them.
Yeah, Christian, and as we were saying this about different approaches and everything, I can also confirm that I see a lot of rain actually getting closer to us over that mountain range. I'm not sure if it will reach us, of course. We've seen a lot of rain in the distance for quite some time, but now it really does look a little bit heavier. And even though on the stream it looks like it's quite dry for now, and it might change in the future. Rain radar on here.
Not really showing what we are seeing here in terms of cloud color, to be honest. We are all the way in the bottom part of this map, and you sort of see this gray line of mountains protecting us that we talked about. But judging by the wind direction, there is one last hole of sun and blue sky, and some darker clouds coming behind that. So who knows, maybe in the last hour and 25 minutes this will still get interesting from an atmospheric perspective.
Yeah, 18 degrees right now. Of course, still the wind gusts, but sun is out right now. Track heated up. We've said it so many times. This could be the difference. Half second that you need, maybe. Let's see what team can make the most of it.
Yeah, and I think the track is now clear. C11 also now starting the engine, so we can keep going again after the unfortunate DNF we just saw.
Rasso sticking to the adage, guns out while the sun's out. Lots of wheel spin off the line, but of course that's not where the timing starts.
Yeah, right now in third place for the combustion category. Just a little bit less than half a second behind WUT Racing. So it's going to be a really close fight for second here, I think. Let's see if he can already get close to it in the first run. A little bit careful there up the narrow sections, I would say.
Very
getting used to the track.
Yeah, looks like he almost got stuck there a little bit. That tight turning radius can be tricky. There isn't anything in the rules that makes you design for a specific turning radius. It's more or less based on what you feel you need as a team. So yeah, if competition is being mean about it and put such a tight turn up there, that's really on you in terms of not managing to get through there.
Yeah, and we have the next car on track. It's Delft E85 going up the hill with the 3rd run of the day.
They posted a time of 58 seconds earlier and came in slower with their second run, and seemingly having some issues there. Hope they fix them and can get quicker now. Meanwhile, C11 over the finish line, 109.54. Not an improvement for them, but getting close. Remember, first run of them was a 1:11, so this is already 2 seconds quicker than their first driver. And now it's all in, of course, pushing for that second place in the combustion category.
While we see the combustion car on stream, what has gone unnoticed is the run from Delft. They finished their third run of the day. We don't have a time yet, but as always for this event, the disclaimer, you would usually expect them to be running electric four-wheel drive, but due to some gearbox issues, they're only rear-wheel drive.
So the time is a 55.45 in their third run.
Very strong showing, Christian. Very, very strong. Fastest rear-wheel drive time that we've seen so far.
Yeah, only roughly 6 seconds, I think, to the top time here. And this is only the third attempt. So we expect some improvements from Max in this run here.
Kappert in the car. I can only recount one other electric team that is intentionally rear-wheel drive. That didn't even have any motors in the front wheels to be installed if they wanted to. So yeah, this is a bit of an oddity. We don't really have many other times to compare to, but that hairpin looked nice. That was a little flick through the rear.
Yeah, they certainly don't have issues there, but this was two cones. Yeah, oversteering, completely lost the rear. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't think this will be improvement unless he shaves off 4 more seconds.
Yeah, as always, the
and
cones
slowing down.
He's pulling off the track.
Yellow flag's out again. The red light is still on.
Yeah, not a great sight.
Those
maybe similar issues as in their previous run here. Unfortunately for them, this will not be an improvement. Nevertheless, a really strong showing that this is a very capable car.
And it bodes well for endurance tomorrow. You have a fast car, you have 2 less motors consuming electricity tomorrow. So just like in FS Swiss, this bodes well for their efficiency score during the endurance at least, even though they might not be that competitive in terms of time.
Yeah. As we can see here, the drone following the Delft car to the finish line.
This looks really slow now. I think it might be faster attaching the push bar and pushing it back here.
I mean, you're an alumni of the team, right?
Yeah, I gotta be honest. It is fun casting some shade every now and then, which I can because the sun is out right now. While we wait for Delft to return to its pushers, again, I'm looking into the queue, but I still only see Barcelona and TU Berlin waiting for their runs. I'm actually hearing a bit of a ticking noise from the Delft car.
Yeah, this doesn't sound normal.
Sometimes with the Delft drivetrains, this is related to the brake discs wobbling around a little bit and can be normal, but this is the first time I've heard that noise from this car.
I mean, it's the 4th time the car was actually going here across the stage. First time we hear this noise, so this is definitely, I don't think, normal. Yeah, Jonas, maybe you can find out with your former team what's actually going on. And also, when we look at the line, we see also TU Berlin switching drivers. We have the first driver only completing 1 run because of the technical issues they had. Still a decent time, but now with, yeah, full power, we expect actually a lot faster time. And I also think this is the more experienced driver, right, Jonas?
Yeah, I mean, we had him here on stage last year. He knows the track definitely from the last 2 years. So yeah, got a couple laps and also had the endurance here. So with this layout being close to endurance layout, I'm sure that he'll be on the throttle immediately. But before, Barcelona. Saw them earlier. They came to a stop, actually. Their first dynamic run of the week.
Yeah, they actually also had some issues in the line earlier. Couldn't really get going, so they were overtaken by similar like other teams also waiting. But Jonas, you're back. Got any info?
I'm back. Yeah, the driver didn't have much for me. The only thing he could say, hey, I braked and then it broke. Some noises in the front right that didn't sound too happy. So yeah, definitely something pointing towards the mechanical brakes there. But yeah, it's difficult to see the brakes of these of this current generation of cars. Everything's hidden on the inside of the wheel. It used to be on the outside. That would have been a lot easier to inspect. So that's the best I can offer for now. Barcelona is getting going though.
Yeah, I mean, interesting insights, definitely. Let's see if they can fix it. Maybe we can also find something out for tomorrow, because they are in the running order still quite late, I would say, Delft, so they have some time. Barcelona now on the line, going for it.
Yeah, not a very aggressive start, but hey, it's their first run. Just get a time on the board at this point. I think that would make the Barcelona team very happy already.
Yeah, as we said, they had some issues earlier, didn't participate in the skid pad and the acceleration, so this is the first they've been so far. Around the corners, quite smoothly actually, I would say. Now on the downhill section, driver taking it careful. Which is this strategy to go to, which we've seen with a couple teams before.
I have to say, for it not being super fast, it still looks like it turns very nicely. Sometimes you sort of get the feeling that cars really struggle to change direction. But yeah, this looks like it's nice and snappy. So maybe after this more banker lap style of driving, we'll see them turn it up here.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like the car has a lot of potential, that he wasn't completely at the limit yet. 105.5. I expect quite an improvement from them in their second run. Let's see, the driver is pulling out though. Oh, maybe it was actually probably the driver that already set an attempt earlier.
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, he could only go for one here, but they still got another driver to go afterwards.
We got comment here. Good luck, Fast Tube from China. What does that mean from China? Yeah.
Yeah, China. That's probably because Fast Tube has been in China in the 2024 year, the competition there. Pretty cool that they made the effort to go there, I would say. And here you can see the picture of Alexander Schröder also with the hard red monitor.
That picture didn't look like it was an actual picture, but
you guys are having a lot of fun with this. Now you yes, kind of have to explain.
I mean, yeah. It's, to be honest, it's our old team, right? And
so you're telling me he doesn't look like that actually?
He looks even better.
Yeah, here we go.
We had him here on stage. You can just go to the stream of last year. Yeah, scroll back and then compare.
No, but coming back to the topic, pretty cool that the Chinese friends that FastTube has are also tuning in. Really cool to see FastTube at a time being the team with the highest connectivity factor of all teams in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they went to China with both cars, right? With the combustion and the electric car in 2024. So something I don't think have ever seen in the Formula Student.
Yeah, Formula Student, global competition. It's always great to see teams reaching out into different countries, trying to connect. Something that you also really feel here in the paddock. Again, I can't talk about it enough. How heartwarming it is to see teams helping each other out and even just wishing each other well out on stream. Thank you.
Ready to drive sound.
Now let's take a close look on all four wheels, if they are spinning.
What are you specifically looking for? I think the driver knows what's up. 127 BPM.
Yeah, staying pretty cool, I would say. We've seen heart rates way higher than that last year, especially.
It still looks a little bit twitchy, though. I could tell here through the chicane up the hill, it always wanted to fight the driver a little bit in terms of direction change.
So some cones, one cone there.
I've seen a couple cars struggling with that cone.
And now let's see. Wind is picking up again. It's a little bit of unfortunate timing we see here, but still, experienced driver.
Looks a little bit oversteery, if I'm not mistaken. But hey, if it helps, makes the car faster, more the merrier.
On the back straight now, even though the pictures are not. There they go. Last heartbreaking zone. Left hander now to the right hander over the finish line. There was at least one cone. Heart rate up to 162. Team seems to be very happy about it. It's a 53.82 in the first run of their second driver. Of course, the 2 seconds from that cone have to be added. Let's see if he can improve in the second run.
Yeah, even faster than in the first attempt of the other driver here.
Of course, one of the special quirks of the FSCZ stream is the heart rate monitor. I always wonder, what's the reference value? We have so little data to compare. I think my heart rate would be way higher than this.
The driver is really pushing it now. We couldn't see whether how he managed the cone this time. I didn't see anything flying from down here. On the way down now.
Yeah, again, the drone picked an unfortunate moment to switch out the batteries, so we can only rely on the stationary cameras promptly losing the car a little bit. It looks like they're slowing down.
Yeah, the car is slowing down a lot.
I'm missing a flashing light on top there. It looks like the high voltage system is off.
That's because it was a very, very fast run.
Yeah. Extremely unfortunate. I hope they can get the car back, but it almost seems like the driver's getting out of the car.
That's a bad sign. That's usually something that you really only do when you have to.
Alexander, he's actually jumping out of it. It's good.
Yeah, that usually tells you maybe it's something related to the high voltage system safety. Jumping out, of course, means that you don't make contact with the ground and the car at the same time, just in case, to be safe, to not cause any electrical shock injuries. But yeah, this will make the car more difficult to recover. And yeah, I think we'll see a little bit of a lull in on-track activity here for a little bit.
Yeah, the drone is now back live here.
Yeah, the push bar guys now being motioned to make their way basically diagonally across the entire venue that we have here set out with the autocross track. Enjoy the walk, guys. But yeah, maybe we can find something to talk about in the meantime. The queue is definitely not one of those things, because there's only Warsaw waiting to come back. I believe we saw them out on track before, so I think they're in the wrong queue.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there. There's actually a couple cars staged behind Warsaw. Notably C95 from Florence, going for their second run. The car that yeah, was a little bit of, I guess, issues while shifting, as you guys mentioned earlier. Behind them, we also see TU Graz E10 going for the next run. And the HPW Stuttgart also going for their next runs.
Good question on the stream from the comments. It looks like some people are having trouble finding the standings. Best place you can go is the FSCZ website, fscz.cz, if I remember correctly from yesterday. That's where you can find live timings from all the events so far. Yeah, we see here on screen the wind has probably prompted the officials to use this red flag brake to deflate the Skoda arch. It has been jumping up and down and flexing left and right here in the breezes that we keep mentioning. And yeah, now that the sun is gone, it feels like the wind is picking up a little bit again. And yeah, good decision to use this little break in on-track running.
Honestly, I don't think this is on purpose. It almost seems like this, yeah, as the fastest man alive says, the Skoda has fallen here. I mean, it was only a yellow flag, and Fasi was in a decent position to just push them away quite easily before. Now we got a red flag track.
Yeah, if it was not intentional, then it was definitely a very fortunate moment for that to do its thing. But still, we have some officials on site. I'm also trying to see if the Berlin car is still out on track. Last time we saw them, there was a huge crowd of officials, marshals, probably also scrutineers at the scene. But yeah, indeed, they're still planted in the middle of the track. Nobody really seems to be willing to touch the car. I see the high voltage gloves being readied by Tim there, and trying to ascertain whether the car is electrically safe before we have people touching it and able to move it away. Yeah, so usually what you would want to verify now is whether there is any voltage present at the high voltage test points. Those are dedicated banana sockets on the side of each electric car where you can measure what voltage comes out of the accumulator, essentially. If that is 0 volts, then there shouldn't really be any danger for anybody touching the car. And then the other guys will be allowed to move it either under its own power, or if anything is locked up, we need the wheelie boards. But since the driver seems to be getting back in the car, push bar is ready, I think we're ready to push them off normally.
Yeah, it also looks like the Skoda gate is now being moved to the side. Also, this seems to be clear now. So when I think the car is gone, we can just continue with the session.
Yeah, Berlin still on track. But just about to get pushed away here. People asking for info on E10. They are next in line, so there's C95 as said before, and behind them we see E10. They just passed C67 for the next spot in the queue, so we expect to see them on track shortly for their third and their fourth run.
Yeah, in the meantime we see Team Berlin getting pushed back. First time they have an all-wheel drive system in their car, and yeah, looks a little bit like some unreliability issues still present, but in general performance of the car so far has been good when it's running, like very good timing in the acceleration, basically the second fastest. And also here, like both times they said only in the first run of the specific driver, so yeah, has a lot of potential.
Seems like Florence was allowed to reheat up their engine here. Obviously, it's been some time since they went to the engine warm-up area, and since staging, and especially with this break here, they're now allowed to turn it on again.
Yeah, again, we have the weather radar up on screen, but it doesn't really translate what we're looking at here in front of us from where the wind is blowing. We have really ominous dark clouds and these streams of rain that you can see glistening in the sunshine coming down from them. I really hope we're not going to get wet here in the last hour or so that this event is still going to be running. So far, it's held on pretty nicely. I'm glad we didn't have to whip out the umbrellas, because that would have been quite the pain in this wind. But yeah, the wind probably is also part of the contributor that is just cooling down the Firenze car. But they're off now. They're warmed up enough.
Yeah, here they go. Florence Racing Team. Third run of the day for them.
while they stall on track, I'm just briefly going to use the time to acknowledge, indeed guys, like you can see at the bottom of the screen, we're still collecting subscribers for the stream, and Skoda has something special planned for us in just 110 subscribers left to go. So if you're interested in stream updates, especially for the endurance tomorrow, then hit that subscribe button.
And also, if you haven't done it, participate in the voting. You can see in the chat, still open. Some of them are still open until today, and for livery, I think we'll also extend until tomorrow.
But now back on Florence here, focus here, 1:12.53, the time to beat for them. In 5th place right now, 5 seconds, or 6 seconds off of the podium here.
They definitely must have changed something, because the cracks and bangs that we had from them before are not nearly as severe anymore, but they still seem to be struggling with something. Up the hill was difficult, they struggled in the hairpin. This downhill section didn't look quite as lively as it should either. So yeah, I hope that they can maybe improve in this run compared to before, the runs that we saw from the other driver, but also for the endurance tomorrow, this might be yeah, less than ideal of a pace to show in the long run. While they come into the last couple of windswept corners here and across the line, we're going to be waiting for the time. Looks like E10 from Graz is about ready to get going as well towards the green flag.
Yeah, 1:23.02. Not an improvement. It almost seems like they are lacking a bit of power at times. No cones this run. Let's see if they can get close to their quickest time from before.
Much smoother shifting, much nicer getaway. I'm honestly scared every time they drive up that hill that they might just get stuck.
Yeah, he keeps good distance from the cones, I would say. But especially with the slalom, you know, it's always about the entry of the slalom already. If you miss the entry, you get basically all the corners afterwards, the left, the right, and the left again, also wrong, and you're just late and you just lose a bunch of time there. So missing the entry of the slalom is definitely incredibly bad for your lap time.
Yeah, they are now on the downhill section. You can't see it in the stream, but the car's still going. And as I said it, I think they are slowing down, and the marshals are approaching it. The second that took just left the starting line.
Yeah, it's interesting that they were given the green flag. I think, depending on where exactly they're stranded.
Yeah, car is going again.
That's good. Graz is still a ways away, so they're not in danger of a rerun just yet.
Yeah, if they don't get to another stop, this should be all fine. Graz putting on a strong showing here on their way down. Florence, meanwhile, over the line. Now.
Over the border of the track. I don't think they actually crossed the timing line. They might have had an off course.
So 1:30.36 for them, at least what they get timed with. But now, back to TU Graz. 3rd run for them of the day.
Yeah, hot on the heels of Firenze. They were catching them close, but weren't slowed down by them in the end.
55.08. That's an improvement.
Yeah, that's their best time of the day already in their first run of the second driver.
Drivers looking at the screen, 55.08.
That's the first driver I've actually seen doing that, interestingly enough. I think there is, in theory, a timing board at the end where the finish line is, but he just might have missed the time. So now he knows the benchmark that he has to break in his second run.
Yeah, now, of course, it's all in. Trying to close the gap here to the top 5. trying to get into the low 50s as well.
Slide
and
down
that's
the
an
hill.
off track.
Off track, one cone. This is not going to be the run that improves their time.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate for them. I mean, the car looked very, very stable, extremely quick. If they can get an improvement, at least time-wise, they will still get a better spot in the endurance order for tomorrow. So, of course, they are pushing it now.
Also looking for an improvement, DHBW Stuttgart is out on track again. We missed these kind of shots from them the first time they were out here. I think this is their second driver now looking to improve their time, and now we actually get to see them in this downhill section.
Meanwhile, Theo Graz over the line, 55.81 still, even with that off track. So the car very, very capable. Of course, unfortunate. Not an improvement for them. They will stay with their best time in their third run. But now DHBW Stuttgart also looking extremely quickly, touching the ground there a little bit with their front wing.
Also an improvement, 55.08.
Yeah, 55.08. Identical time as Theo Graz in their third run.
Yeah, I was just a little bit surprised. Let's see how the driver manages these conditions, also especially on the downhill section. Saw some issues there for Graz earlier. Yeah, this is looking better. Very confident. Pushing a cone there. On the inside, a little bit too tight the corner.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was out of the box, Christian, though.
There's again a cone flying.
And DHBW over the line here. Let's see if this was an improvement for them. Meanwhile, WUT Racing at the starting line again.
And it is.
Yeah, 52.87. Really, really strong time for DHBW Stuttgart. The seventh fastest on-track time. Of course, additionally those added time from the cone penalty. But yeah, WUT Racing here now.
Well, we have C21 also approaching the starting line. The next combustion car.
Just clipping one cone there on corner entry. That went flying quite far.
Yeah, they let a couple cars pass them in the starting queue. Just fixing the setup slightly there. They are still in third position here, trying to go for the second one, of course. 104.76, the time to beat. 107.8 for the first time from Theo Warsaw for their second driver.
Yeah, you might not have heard it, but the driver is struggling up the slight hill towards the green line. We have a bit of a nasty spot here for the combustion cars getting stuck when they decide between the second run or leaving.
Yeah, the rear wing of WUT Racing actually looking pretty wobbly there. Swinging from left to right.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the camera on UPT Racing team hitting a cone there, just making their way back the final section.
Yeah, I think that was the tailwind catching them out again. This is looking pretty slow. The driver clearly struggling with something, collecting two more cones in the last couple of corners. So yeah, at least 4, if not more, cones, plus slowing down towards the end. I don't think the driver will be writing about that in his diary. I think instead he'll opt to go for a much stronger last run of the day.
Yeah, no improvement for them so far, but WUT Racing still pushing for that second position in the standings for combustion right now. Just getting over the line. Cheers from the team. But yeah, it's a 107.11, so not an improvement for them. Still putting them in a very, very good spot for the endurance tomorrow. And back to C21 immediately. One of the first teams that we saw out on track today, Continental Tires. As far as I could see, the only team running with Continental Tires so far. Running out of grip in that corner at least a little bit.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, there might be a good reason why they're the only team running on Continental tires. I don't think they're actually being manufactured anymore. Maybe that's the reason they also had a bit of a slide in the earlier corner. Running on old tires always a bit of a risk. The longer and the nastier you store them, the more grip they tend to lose.
Yeah, I mean in general, if we speak about the tires, 13-inch, not that common. We only basically have Pirelli, Continental and Goodyear left. Over the finish line for them.
Yeah, the last straightaway looked a little bit pedestrian. I'm not sure if this is going to translate. No, it doesn't. 107. Not an improvement, unfortunately.
It is. It is an improvement, actually. It is 117.76. Still staying in 6th position, but closing the gap a little bit to the top 5 here.
That was the previous run's time, confusing me there. Now we see Eindhoven, the E40 car, getting waved towards the green flag position. Behind them, there is Wroclaw, car number E16. I also see what looks like maybe Dresden. Indeed,
yep.
Dresden, and behind them Tallinn, car number E19 as well. There are a couple of other cars further back in the dynamic area, but it's still too early to tell whether they will join us here at the Autocross soon.
Yeah, we have 50 minutes left. So Eindhoven going for it.
Yeah, Eindhoven barely scratching the 1 minute mark earlier.
So far this looks pretty tidy though from Eindhoven. This is a catchy corner, but they managed to maneuver that just perfectly. No slides. Now into the section where you have a tailwind playing with you, jostling the car left to right when you least expect it.
Yeah, this has caught out some drivers in the earlier stages today. Also some very experienced drivers, actually.
Oh, and just before the last corner, they fall silent.
Oh my
Drone
god.
actually has to fly back. Oh no.
Yeah,
I
this
still
is-
see high voltage flickering though.
This is almost the identical spot that they actually stopped in skid pad this morning.
Yeah, you're right. This was more like approaching the starting line.
Yeah, they were tantalizingly close to setting another time. This is always really unfortunate to see.
It looked very quick. Let's hope they can get it going again, because if they can't, then I don't think that they can re-queue and get to the line by the end of the session. 50 minutes left here, but of course they would have to recover the car from where it is right now.
Yeah, I think the team members are slowly cluing into the fact that the car might not be coming back under its own power. I think it would be good to make your way over to your car to help recovery. And indeed, like you mentioned, Jonas, the time to return is slowly getting critical at this point. They haven't completed their run, so that could be good news for them, because that means they shouldn't have to do post-scrutiny. Nevertheless, I would expect that if they do try to return for another run, that the officials would want to do another pre-inspection. That, on top of the time that will take you to get through the existing queue, might just put you outside of the running.
Yeah, but I think with the turnaround time we have from the officials this time, I think it could be possible. I mean, depending on the issue, obviously. If it's an easy fix, then I think they can actually manage. I mean, it's 50 minutes. The queue is not too long. So it could be possible, yeah.
Yeah, the driver has tried multiple times now to get it going. Every time you see his head go up, I think he's pressing the obligatory brake pedal to get going again. And it's not looking too good. You also got to keep in mind that it might be quite difficult to diagnose this issue when it's high voltage related. Running with the engines on or motors active here in the dynamic area when you're not on track is restricted. So that usually involves jacking up the car, taking the tires off, checking what you want to check, undoing everything, and then queuing. So yeah. You're going to be losing a lot of time.
Yeah, that's true. But as you mentioned, the queue is not too long right now. The teams and the organizers learned from last year. I mean, there we saw a queue of, if I would have to guess, probably 20 cars still at the end of the session. Right now it looks like it's getting a bit more crowded, but it's still not more than 7 to 10 cars. E16, PWR Racing now the next one in line, closely followed by the first run for UAS St. Augustine, E45. We haven't seen them at all so far at this event.
Yeah, the most memorable thing about that car to me is always the Haribo sponsorship that's on their rear wing end plates. I think that's the first and only time I've ever seen that. I'm not sure if they have a facility close by, but yeah, we definitely already tried to sneak some snacks from them.
Eindhoven now, of course, in a rush, trying to get this car off as quick as possible to get in line for their fourth run here.
Yeah, I think they can from here directly go to the pits. And this is exactly what they're doing. Not into the post-scrutineering area, directly to the pits, taking a shortcut.
Yeah, I really hope they didn't forget any equipment here in the dynamics area. That would be a very long walk to recover for them. But still, we have Wroclaw ready to go again. I'm not sure if the driver is trying to pseudo heat up the tires on his way to the green flag. He's sort of getting going and stopping. I hope that doesn't forebode their run already. No, definitely doesn't. They're getting going great.
A little bit of a slide there. The first heavy braking zone up the hill now.
Yeah, again, I wonder, what is it called when the car brakes out under braking? Is it oversteer or understeer? Maybe somebody in the comments can answer that for me. But it was doing a similar thing as we've seen. Which car was it that was always snapping to the right under braking? We've seen this before. Maybe it was them even.
It was Kiel, actually, I think, if I remember correctly. But yeah, PWR Racing looking strong here. Obviously, cold tires at the beginning. It seems like that was the reason. Now they look like they stick to all the corners here. No cones inside for them, as far as I could see at least.
Yeah, cold tires, of course, the reason that your 1-2 run order is so coveted. You can, basically use your first run as warming up the tires and have a little bit of a grip advantage for the second one. Now these windswept corners just before the finish flag. No fuss for them though.
Yeah, the team sounds very happy. And it's a 1 minute, 3 seconds and 19.
Still
Best time
an improvement. That's good.
And now their last run of the day. Clean track, nobody ahead of them. let's see if they can break the 1 minute barrier.
I was quickly trying to take a look if I can provide any updates on car C12. Without a team name, that's always a little bit difficult to link. They are definitely not in the queue here, though.
Yeah, that's Aristotle Racing Team from Thessaloniki. Didn't participate here yet. Again, I mentioned earlier they had the compliance issue, the suspension of the monocoque. Let's hope that they can fix it.
Yeah, monocoque fixes always means glue drying. Glue drying always means time wasted. So that's gonna, be a close call.
PWR, in the meantime, almost approaching the finish line, and FS Team Tallinn now on track again.
Very good. Team is very loud here.
Yeah, cheers as Wroclaw crosses the line.
Rightfully so. That's a 5-second improvement. 58.35 for PWR Racing in their 4th run. Congratulations. That's a decent start for the endurance tomorrow.
Yeah, and also below 1 minute. That's always the threshold we want to see, right? And it's, great. Now, Tallinn coming up to the finish line.
Yeah, almost there. Also immediately improvement. 52.98.
Wow.
Very strong showing here. In their 3rd attempt, the track seemingly getting grippier and grippier. Of course, the drivers often, or the teams often letting the sometimes faster drivers be their second runners.
Yeah, 52.98 in the first runner for this driver. That's super impressive. Let's see how much he can. And directly hitting a cone.
Yeah, on the first slalom up the hill, the tip of the first turn was moved. So let's see, 2 seconds cutting that out might be a tall order for Marco, but let's see what he does.
I mean, if he still improves more than 2 seconds, it's still a gain.
I mean, Wroclaw managed 5. I saw that driver panting heavily as he was rolling past us here on the main stage.
Now we're going on to the back straight. Still looking good. We haven't seen any more cones. So they are looking confident.
Green flag for the Haribo car, though.
And over the finish line for Tallinn.
I saw the driver briefly whacking his hand. I'm not sure whether that was...
52.12.
That's good.
Yeah, with the cone. It's not going to be an improvement, but it's putting them ahead of Joanneum Racing Graz, at least in the running order for tomorrow.
Yeah, also Joanneum Graz already completed all their runs.
E45 now. BR's Racing approaching the finish line of their first dynamic discipline of the day. Almost there. Over the line now. (106.21). Putting a safe run in here. Not going for a second one immediately, it seems.
Yeah,
Drivers seemingly not happy with something.
Could be again like being not happy with something, or just trying to get through the scrutineering and then going for a second one.
Yeah, interesting choice of strategy. We were also just contemplating how many cars can we actually still see on track. Unfortunately, the live timing doesn't help me too much in figuring that one out. The 4 and 3 running orders is kind of jumbled up, but at least Eindhoven and Zurich we managed to scrunch together.
Yeah. And in the meantime, Dresden also managed to improve to 57.71, putting them in 15th position here. Decent improvement for them. Let's see how much they can improve in their last run.
Yeah, first run for this driver directly improved the overall timing for the team.
Going pretty wide through the first chicanes again. Yeah, the Dresden inverters are actually a bit of a thing here. Talking to quite a few teams, they have Dresden hardware in their car to transform the battery power into rotational energy in the motors. But yeah, maybe the controls fighting the driver, or it's the wind up the hill. It's tough to tell what's ailing the Dresden car.
Yeah, there was one more cone on the downhill section. It's actually kind of interesting to see how it's always similar cones that everybody's hitting. Dresden, in the meantime, coming to a stop.
Yeah, I think that might be bad news for Gent. On top of the one cone that they already hit, Dresden is stuck in the middle of the track there. I think the driver is looking to get out of the car. So I think Gent, who just left under green flag just before Dresden stopped, is going to be in for a rerun.
Yeah, extremely unfortunate for Dresden here.
Yeah, unfortunate.
I hope it's nothing major.
Usually when the driver jumps out and then squats down next to the car with his head in his hands, that's a bad sign. It looks like they actually slid through the corner. They missed or moved quite a couple of cones there.
It looks like the scrutineers are taking a picture of their rear right. Not exactly sure what happened there. I pray for them it's not another suspension failure.
I mean, the car is pointing in the wrong direction, right?
Yeah, indeed, they spun. So that's why they can get waved by.
So Gent up for a rerun. That's actually not too bad for them. Getting used to the track. Very unique track.
Yeah, only downside is they lose heat in their tires, of course. So I think based on the position being relatively far away from us here, and yeah, the potential of suspension damage there in the back corner might take a little bit of time before Dresden can be fully recovered.
Yeah, they have to lift up the car actually. Not a very good sign for Dresden here. I hope they can. I mean, we won't see them again today. This was their 4th run anyway, and they had a cone already. But yeah, let's hope they can get fixed for tomorrow. We've actually seen quite a bit of suspension failures. I mean, Ljubljana in testing, Brno with that wheel flying off just over the finish line. Not sure about Dresden. It doesn't look like a suspension failure now. They are rolling again, which is great to see.
Yeah, but the left rear wheel is lifted up.
Looks like it's hanging a lot higher than it should, indeed.
So maybe in the meantime we can speak about some other DNFs. We had the Tube Berlin car, Fast Tube, not finishing their 3rd run actually. We got some info that this was an AMS error from the battery. So yeah, they're now actually in re-scrutineering and try to get the last run they have still in today, in the last 30 minutes we have.
Abdullah's question here, whether the teams lose all times if you DNF. That is not the case. You only do lose the times that you DNF'd in, and yeah, keep the other ones from the other driver. E51 now, of course, waiting. Yes, they will get a rerun. They will still get 2 runs, so maybe can even benefit from this one. The driver learning the track a little better. Took it a little bit careful. The car looked a bit nervous, under braking, and now also has to wait for quite some time since the Dresden car is still getting pushed away here, but shouldn't take too long anymore. But yeah, green flag.
Yeah. The officials are really putting in the legwork to get the car into safe spots, and that paid off. Gent is off.
And Anton is on track.
think that refers to the driver, or were you alluding to the car name?
That's the driver's name, yeah.
Yeah.
And already looking more confident up the hill. I mean, it's now the second time he drove it, but already looked better and counting only as a first run.
We have another car at the green flag position. That is the E-Racing team, car number E2.
Yeah, again, now approaching the last section of the track.
And we have one car standing in the uphill section.
You're right, Christian, but they're moving again. Now, of course, using this to get more experience. Gent's team shearing on their driver to get over that finish line. The car has been, yeah, a quite frequent visitor here for the past couple of years, always with that iconic pitch stabilizer that they decided to get rid on for this season.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I mean, they had it for quite some years. Now not visible anymore, but now directly also going for the second run. Other car on track having some issues, coming to a standstill also on top of the hill, and now on the downhill section we haven't seen it yet, popping out on the other side of the hill.
Yeah, let's hope they can get rid of it quickly. It's moving again now. The team from Pilsen, another one of the home team.
Yeah, slowly going down the hill. And standing again.
And this is a terrible situation for Gent, of course. I mean, 1:10.04 in their first run. Saw the time to build on.
Yeah, and it's taking some time, obviously. We see the queue queuing up more and more and more. 5 cars currently. While Pilsen is going towards the finish line here. Last couple of corners, left, right, and then the checkered flag. They managed to do it. Time was over 2 minutes, of course, because of the standstill, like multiple standstill we had. One on the hill, one on top of the hill, and down also.
Yeah, let's see if they go for a second run right away. No, they don't. They're pulling out, so focus on Gent now. E51, uphill section, nicely done there. A little bit twitchy, the car, a little bit nervous, I would say.
Yeah, but no cone so far. So the driver has it under control. Now the third time actually he's on this part of the track.
Yeah, this one's looking strong. He's really making use of all the width of the track.
With now exactly 30 minutes left in this session.
Now approaching the finish line. Over they go.
Let's see if this will be an improvement. It is.
It's a massive improvement actually. 1:03.89. 19th position now. Really, really strong showing. And they might even have the time to get their third and their fourth run in here. As you mentioned, Christian, 30 minutes left. We're almost approaching the end of the session. What we're almost approaching as well is our subscriber goal here to see the Skoda dance. Only 60 more left, so everybody keep subscribing if you want to see Skoda dance.
Whatever this means. we were told there is something coming up, but yeah, let's first hit the goal.
Kiel now on track again, and the car looks very similar to what we've seen before. Extremely nervous, under braking. They pull extremely to the right side.
Yeah. Basically on every single braking zone.
And the drivers, they have to fight the car.
And one cone here on the right hand side. with the underbody.
Yeah, Kiel now coming down. Obviously being careful in the braking sections.
Now let's see if the car is still pulling to the right in this braking zone. And we have also one heavy braking zone at the end of this straight.
Yeah.
If we keep on the drone shot, I think this will be an interesting insight.
Here we go. Oh, it seems like the driver is getting either used to it, being more careful, or the issue is gone.
Yeah, that looked better. Looked better.
106.6 for Lasse in his first run. First driver back then, of course, only finishing his first run. And now Race Yard for their second attempt. The second driver. Not sure if they have the time to go for their fourth run.
Yeah, I mean, the driver has gotten used to it, or the problem resolved itself, because no issues we see also in the braking zones here up the hill. And also there in the hairpin, a lot faster than in this first run. That's going to be a massive improvement. If you can bring this home, I think this will be a lot faster.
Yeah, the car actually looks way more stable now. Or just the driver getting used to it. This could be a massive improvement, as you're saying, Christian. Last heavy braking zone.
Also there are no problems.
Nicely managed.
No cones. Over the finish line. Wow, let's see. Let's see what the time is. Yeah, below.
That's almost 10 seconds. I think that's the biggest improvement that we've seen the entire afternoon from the first run to the second one. 57.77 seconds.
Yeah, let's
well done.
Let's maybe try to find out how they did that. What was the difference between the first and second run? If it was only the driver getting used to the car, or if they actually managed something via telemetry system, or maybe switch some settings around.
Yeah, meanwhile, Dresden, of course, pushing back their car. Won't be going for another run here. Tire in the air, of course, still. Next car in line now. Dynamis PRC from Milan. We've seen them as early as yesterday afternoon in the driverless track drive. And of course this morning in the acceleration and skid pit as well.
Yeah. As we see now, Milano getting the green flag. We also see some other cars queuing up to the final stages of the autocross event.
Yeah, the driver swinging the car around the first slalom here. Same up the hill.
Yeah, this is looking good.
No cones inside for them. They completely changed their car concept last year, of course. This year revolutionized it. Quite a few things. And they are joined by Tio Yazi, C26 on track.
One of the cars in the combustion categories having some issues with shifting up the hill, but managed to do so.
Yeah, meanwhile, Milan over the finish line in a 56.34. Second attempt for them. Not sure if it was the same driver as before, but I would suspect, at least with the time that is left on the clock now, that yeah, they would use both the runs for the second driver, and that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, I think we can solve this mystery quite fast, directly going for the second run. Now going for the second run. Yeah, this is looking directly faster. Car is not moving around that much in comparison to the first run. A lot cleaner up the hill. More grip in general.
Tiyoyazi, of course, in the meantime, over the finish line. Going into post-screening now. No improvement for them, unfortunately. 1:11.84, their fastest time still. Comfortably in 4th position in the combustion category. And now back to electric. Milan, of course, 56.34, their time in the first run of the second driver. Couple more corners to go for them. Eindhoven now on the track.
I see some marshals running.
Yeah, Milan is standing still.
Ah, that's unfortunate. Looked so much faster than in the first run.
Just 2 corners before the finish line.
Yeah, green light is on, so no high voltage system.
Yellow flags, of course, on the track.
Yeah, Eindhoven is not quite at the scene of the crime yet, but they're closing fast.
So would be a rerun if Eindhoven is approaching the area
Really
and the
hope
car
we
is
see the
still
yellow
not
flags in
moved.
time.
Yeah,
Keep
Milan is running
guys.
again. This is... If Eindhoven can actually get to those yellow flags quick enough, this could actually be really, really good
got
for them.
going.
Getting the rerun.
They're moving very slowly.
Yeah,
but,
where are the yellow flags?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Eindhoven has been impeded. The
They-
driver motioning
yeah.
already. I would hope that this is just a clear rerun for Eindhoven.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that-
a rerun.
Did get the yellow flags here. Milan, of course, pulling out now. It was their second run. Not an improvement, of course, with the standing still there. And Eindhoven now has the benefit of warm tires going into their next run. Driver already on the track. Got the experience here. This could yeah, be a massive time for them as well. Good timing for them on track.
Yeah, the Milano driver is furious actually.
Yeah, really, his emotions coming out through his hands. Understandably so.
Yeah, but now, of course, pressure is on him.
I think the Eindhoven driver is trying to make clear that this is in fact a rerun. I think he's completely justified in that. I just hope he doesn't wait around there so long that his tire advantage is going to fade away again.
Yeah, but it looks like the situation is cleared. Getting the green flag now.
There we
Going
go.
for the rerun.
Extremely quick off the line. Looks very good around the first slalom there. Almost routinely.
Coming up to the green flag, car number E20 from Magdeburg. Since
we haven't-
Eindhoven is already a ways away, I think we'll see them soon.
This is the first run of the day, I think.
Now, we saw them earlier in acceleration as well.
Autocross run, I mean.
Yeah, autocross run, that's true. So the iconic orange painted steel tube frame.
But this looks mellow from them. I think they are here to set a time, regardless of what it is. I think we should wait some time. In the meantime, we can cheer for Eindhoven, indeed.
Over the line now.
Improvement, 55.14, 13th position.
Team members elated at that result.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, really strong showing there. We got about almost 15 cars within 5 seconds there at the top. Super, super close, and definitely going to be an exciting endurance race tomorrow. Really looking forward to that already. Meanwhile, of course, Magdeburg trying to finish their first autocross run here of the day.
No cones so far.
Yeah, I'm sure Hanna is just focused on getting the car through here. We've seen teams struggle. We've seen teams slide out with all kinds of problems: suspension breakage, AMS errors, other high voltage issues, inverters. So yeah, even just crossing the line here is an achievement. Being on the tarmac, getting across that finish line, getting through all the scrutineering, still an achievement. So well done for your run.
Yeah, especially Magdeburg. I mean, only switched to electric cars recently. Couldn't get a run in. Oh, and we see another car stopped.
Yeah, speaking of random issues, Hamburg
on the
barely
track.
50 meters and just across the timing line has just stopped outright on track. That was very quick. High voltage is still on.
Yeah, so I think this will be some time waiting for Magdeburg.
I hear a sounder and they're getting going again for Hamburg. But yeah, that doesn't look quite as fast as I would expect them to go. Magdeburg is briefly holding at the green line just to give themselves some gap to Hamburg. They fall silent again on top of the hill.
Yeah, Marshall's running.
Yeah, this is not a fun way to drive your autocross. I still think I see the red light flickering at the top of the main hoop, but driver is getting going again.
Yeah, we have yellow flag. I mean, going again, but I think still we need to wait some time to get some more room to Magdeburg in case this happens again. Downhill now for Hamburg. And I think with 15 minutes left, we are up for also a very interesting finish. When we look here into the queue, having the current leader lined up, and behind that directly Munich.
Yeah, Hamburg now almost over the finish line, of course, this time with their 2 stops. Not what they'd hoped for, but they can go for their next run right after Magdeburg, who got released just now on their second run of the day.
Yeah, and he's directly going for another try.
I mean, at this stage, that's all you can really do, right? We have barely 15 minutes left in the session, so you just got to try.
You're absolutely right. I mean, you need to try it 15 minutes. If you go out post-scrutineering, you're probably not going to make it on time.
Yeah, speaking of going out, I have a small update from the Brno team. The carnage that we saw here unfolding on track is actually worse than we thought. I was correct in saying that it was a very similar failure as we saw from Ljubljana, where the stud carriers basically just tore off the wheel hub. But actually the brake caliper was what punctured the rim, and that also caused the brake caliper to break off of the upright, and all the A-arms are broken. So they are really trying to reconstruct an entire corner off of the car.
Oh wow, that's actually a huge task they have. While Hamburg is getting, again, to a standstill on the hill.
Yeah, Hamburg stopped again. Really unfortunate place, actually, for the car to get to a stop. Meanwhile, Magdeburg finishing their run here.
Yeah, some might call it the Hamburg standstill at this point. I really hope this is going to be still an improvement for them, despite the multiple stoppages.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of improvement, definitely an improvement also for Magdeburg in the second run. 1 minute 28.35. And again.
Hamburg getting to a stop again. Definitely experienced some issues there.
This time it's the down stand hill section.
Yeah, absolutely right. But as we've seen earlier, car starts moving again.
In terms of other runners here, maybe still worthwhile pointing out that Munich has returned, probably for their last runs of the day. Behind them are a couple of cars, but they don't seem to be fully ready yet. They aren't queuing very closely behind the E31 car. I see Barcelona, car number 13, and car number 8. So Berlin and I think Rzeszów.
As Zurich on track now, their last run of the day, they stood still earlier as well, just like the Hamburg car on their third run. Seemingly did some optimization there. Back on track now, definitely. Going off the line rapidly. Up the hill they are. Coming down off it now. Jones back on it. And they're taking a cone here and going off course.
So this will not be an improvement.
Yeah, he's going slow as well now. This corner has taken its toll on quite some people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, is it the wind? Is it something? We need to speak with some drivers during the evening and then maybe find out and give you that info for tomorrow.
This might be bad news for the cars still in the queue right here. They're falling silent just off of the hill section.
Yeah, so now Munich has to wait until the car is moving by itself or getting moved.
Yeah,
Yellow
Munich,
flags out.
Munich is ready at the green flag position, but yeah, Zurich, this will take some recovering. If it's a similar issue like we've seen before, it might be related to their inverters. They've had, have been nursing issues with that for the whole event already. And yeah, last time it was quite a hike for their team members. Less hills than they might be used to from their origins, but still quite a walk again all the way across the autocross site here.
Yeah, now the green light's flashing, red light again. So maybe reset is working here.
Yeah, have you tried turning it on off and on again? Works on Formula student cars as well. Good news. That also means Munich might be able to get going pretty soon. Yeah, that looks like issues again. Munich still being held. AMZ falling silent on the last bit of straightaway, or just ahead of the last straightaway. This might be a bit of a struggle to get them across the line.
Yes, for the queue behind Munich. Next one in line would be E13 Fast Tube. Last run for them of the day. Then E08 as well, right behind them. And Kiel as well. E53 with their last runs. So yeah, not a super long queue right now, but looking at only having around 10 minutes left, this will be pretty tight.
And I think now the Munich car can go, since AMZ is across the finish line, and off they go. Mark now on the uphill section, taking some cones there. You can saw that from here. Marshall's running, as you can also see in the screen. Now entering the downhill section, one of the most trickiest parts here. Also there a little bit of oversteer, sorry. Yeah, also there, big drift.
But again, strong wind here, tires cold.
Yeah, speaking of cold, I'm actually very cold. The wind is picking up again. And also there, drift in the tailwind section. Checkered flag.
53 seconds for them before she trying to push into the top 5.
Not an overall improvement, 54.35, but it's only the first run of the driver, so he has one more go. And he's directly going for it. I don't think there's a different car on track, so he has basically everything free, can directly continue running with hot tires.
Yeah, car looking planted this time around. Tires warmed up. That slalom was rapid. Let's see if he manages the corner where he hit the couple cones before.
Yeah.
Don't see anything flying for now.
Yeah, also no marshals moving towards the track, always a good sign. Now again, down a section, we saw some oversteering moments there in the first run. Cleared that, no problems at all.
Munich, of course, setting the quickest time today in the skid pad this morning.
Getting wide there, but still managed to keep everything inside. No cones hit. Last couple of corners. Checkered flag.
Yeah, no cones here.
Yeah, the driver's happy.
Driver's visibly happy with this run.
Let's take a look at the timing.
It's not an improvement overall, 53.48. Very consistent though. Car is looking reliable as well. We've seen it going in all the disciplines so far.
Yeah.
I've seen the strangest things that drivers do with the times between them. Maybe they set the order they will drive the endurance tomorrow. This is definitely still going to be an ego boost, even though it wasn't an overall improvement for the time.
And now we see car 13 lining up. It's the first driver we saw of the day. It's the second run of the first driver who pulled out after one run because they only had like 40 kilowatts of power, which is not the 80 kilowatt power limit, so they had some technical issues. Now let's see what he can do. Obviously, he doesn't have the advantage of just directly going for a second run with warm tires and the experience. But yeah, he has driven the track today, but just a couple of hours earlier.
Indeed, team members now. Last steps to fully enable the car. Right behind them is car E08 that you can also actually see in their T-cell light. They managed to put their car number in more than one spot. Sheshov. We have just over 5 minutes left in the session. I'm pretty confident that we'll get 2 more cars going if they can both enable without any issues. But like we've had in the other sessions, important to note, once this foghorn of an alarm goes off at exactly 6 p.m., that is going to be it for any cars that haven't received the green flag yet. Kiel might be one of the teams that is caught out. They actually just caught up to the back of the queue. Behind them, I also see.
Yeah, it's Pilsen, EO2, catching up to them.
So yeah, 4 cars. Might be a little bit ambitious. Rzeszów now pushing past Berlin. They haven't gotten going quite as quickly as we thought.
Looks like it's the same for Kiel, actually. Organizers, of course, now trying to make sure that as many cars as possible can get their runs in.
Yeah, so Fast Tube not prepared completely. So got overtaken.
Lots of wheel spin from Rzeszów off the line. And looking cautious out on track.
Yeah, the 8th car, always going up with the numbers here. Last year we saw them, the EO7 and the James Bond livery. Now EO8, of course. And they're about to be followed by Kiel afterwards with their last run.
Quite some gear noise, I think, emanating from the Kiel car. I think the first runs that we saw from them were also quite cautious. Let's see if they manage to fix whatever issue they had before and get to improve.
Yeah, so if everything goes well, no car is laying on the track. See the animation here.
I always like the battery.
Yeah, I mean, streaming guys really cooking here.
Kiel now on track. The car doesn't look as nervous anymore as it was in their first 2 runs, I would say. EU8, meanwhile, over the finish line. Let's see if this was an improvement for them. Not quite, 117.46 for them.
25th position, but they still have a second run. Or the 4th run actually, so their last one. But they're also pulling out. Not going for the 4th attempt. I mean, they definitely not have a rerun, like a attempt. Queue's too long.
Yeah, EO2 from Pilsen. Now also approaching the starting line with just 2 minutes to go here.
Yeah, then potentially 53 going over the finish line. Also their run complete. Very loud.
This thing makes some noise. And our teams somehow always manage to make it exciting in the closing minutes of every session. Now we have... oh, I just lost them. We still have Berlin waiting in the queue. We have one car out on track that just has some struggles in the hairpin there.
Yeah, they also came to a stop earlier, Pilsen. Doesn't look like there's going to be an improvement of them. Berlin, the red light is flashing now, but they get overtaken by Stockholm, who get the priority as they are going for the first run. And I also see another team approaching their first run, actually, of the whole event right now. One of the local teams. Actually, I would say one of the home favorites as well. CTU Prague, E-Force as well. About to approach the starting line here, so very excited to see them. Nevertheless, Berlin now still being able or allowed to go. 1 minute 20 left. The officials really need to hurry now.
Yeah, that's
Pilsen over the line.
A lot of wheel spin from the Berlin car.
Getting going. Now it's getting interesting. I'm missing the Pilsen time still. No, never mind. Second run, so they won't go again. Stockholm can go to the green flag.
But it was an improvement. 1 minute 9 seconds.
How is Berlin doing?
Yeah, the session end turn is about to come in 40 seconds. You get at least 2 more teams that want to get their first runs in here. Let's see if E-Force Prague can get going. Berlin now almost approaching the finish line of their last run. Just in time.
Yeah, we have about 15 seconds left as Berlin crosses the finish line. So I think everybody brace yourself, cover your ears in 10 seconds. The session is going to be closed. I think Prague just about came too late to make it to the autocross here today. I don't think they will have a home advantage.
I actually have additional news. We will add 5 minutes to the session timing because of the arc that was the Skoda arc you remember we had earlier falling down. This is nothing that was plannable, let's say, by the teams. So we will extend it by 5 minutes.
Okay, fair play. It was very windy. They did use or did throw a red flag based on the happenings with the arc over there. That is basically on the organizers, and yeah, they've made use of that.
Yeah, Stockholm now finishing their first run of the day. Stockholm now on their second run. Let's see if they can improve. 116.16 in their first attempt. They might be the last car on track that we see today. Never
No,
mind,
I
actually. I
think you're
see eForce Prague getting a go at it.
I almost didn't recognize them. I usually associate a very black and orange color scheme with them. Or is this the two-tone one? I
Yeah, it
really
is.
need an overhead shot for this one.
Yeah, it is. This is one of the teams that merged basically combustion and electric, taking the name and livery of one another teams.
Yeah, Martin having the honor of doing the first run for this team out on track. Always an achievement to get through scrutineering, especially if it takes you a little while. And yeah, 42 indeed always seems to be the answer in the end.
Having huge issues there in the hairpin. I mean, of course, they're no strangers to this track.
Aye, that looks like he
Yellow flag now.
took it just about too wide there. Hit one cone. I'm not sure if he would have made it.
A good job on him stopping. Of course, lots of pressure now that they know this is their only attempt.
Yeah, maybe. If he gets going again, maybe he might be able to use his second run just in time.
Yeah. Stockholm in the meantime improving 6 seconds to 1:10.7.
Again, the car
The
falling
E4 is
silent.
coming to another stop, unfortunately. This time it was not because of the corner being too tight. Not too sure what is going on there.
This looks more like a technical issue. Driver is actually getting out of the car.
Yeah, see marshalling, this will not be great for them and also not for the other team still in the queue. 2 minutes left. Let's see if they can get the car removed from track as quickly as possible.
I gotta be honest though, the other cars still in the queue, namely Milano and Magdeburg, don't look ready enough to really be sent out, even if Prague wasn't stuck on track. I have some good news though. I just see we've passed 1,500 subscribers on our stream.
That's amazing. Some animations going on.
There's the confetti.
Yeah, so I'm kind of looking at you, other Jonas, waiting to hear in your little ear what Philip has in store for us for the Skoda dance. Whether we will see that now on stream or later during the ceremony is still TBD, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think there will be anything yet, just yet. I'm not sure the Skoda people realize yet that we actually
No, as
hit
far
the
as I'm aware, they
1,500.
actually volunteered for this partially, so they knew. They knew this could happen.
Okay.
Yeah, the Prague driver there, rightfully frustrated. They had their chance. I have a theory that this might have been related to heavy braking. Of course, just be in front of this really tight hairpin, huge braking moment, and also there at the downhill section, the corner that they're stuck in now. Maybe heavy braking shifts things around in the car just enough to disturb it. I've had personally issues with loose connectors dangling around in the car, shorting things out unintentionally. I have my chief software and controls there looking very concerned at me sharing this story. Yeah, anything can happen, especially if you're in a Russian Formula student. So yeah, it's not entirely unexpected that they ran into issues here.
Yeah. I also heard the ready-to-drive sound on the Milan car. But the TSL is back on green and the Magdeburg car from Magdeburg is getting pushed next to it.
Yeah, so we're not
Supposedly
seeing
passing
the
it even.
countdown on stream anymore. That's basically what I was trying to warn of.
Yeah, that was seemingly it. Session seems to be over. I'm not sure. They might let the teams that passed the pre-inspection go for their runs now. Red light is flashing on Magdeburg.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we need to see, right? The car of eForce Prague still on the track, not moving at all.
Still yellow flags. I see Tim running for it. probably an electrical issue if he is involved. So that usually means a longer recovery time until he has determined the vehicle to be electrically safe to be moved. It's probably also the reason the driver immediately jumped out. So yeah, yellow flag condition. I would love to hear one of the officials here with a statement whether the track is really truly fully closed.
Yeah, maybe now is a good time to have a look at the standings, the overall standings. AMZ Racing, the only team that went below 50 seconds here, 49.85. In first place right now, they will be joined by Aachen, Revolve, NTNU, Renteam, and depending on how many teams they let in the final race tomorrow, by WHZ Racing as well. So 5 teams within, just about 2 seconds there. Closely followed, of course, by Tallinn, Ioneer Racing Graz. Munich was also really close to them. So I expect this endurance tomorrow being super close.
Yeah, I would actually make the cutoff maybe at place 4, because the 1, 2, 3, and 4 are within 1 second, actually. That's very, very close and will be very exciting for tomorrow.
Yeah, the running order can be determined by the strangest things. At FSG, it's how many slots you have available in the driver change, not the other way around. I'm not so sure about the setup here. This is still new to me. But yeah, the first top 4 within 1 second is crazy. Do you guys have any other highlights from today? Mine is that Zwickau is actually kind of an underdog from my perspective in this. 5th place is a great performance from them.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised that Zwickau is up there. I mean, they had a really strong showing in the skid pad as well earlier, raced into 2nd position there. So I believe this is their ambition, where they want to be as well. Just 2 years ago, they were 1st in the world ranking list. So yeah, it's great to see that they are back up there again. I think all the teams that we didn't see this morning, Kiel, for example, comes to mind there, that they performed on this level. Also Eindhoven with a little bit of issues at the morning, but then coming back strong afterwards was quite impressive. I would say the same for Delft. With their first time, they had to get pushed out, went out, but then improved massively in their last run here. Was also quite nice to see. So yeah, overall, really exciting session here, and gives a lot of hope for an even more exciting session tomorrow.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, what surprises me also a little bit, or not maybe surprises me, but it's nice to see that we have a under 50-second lap time done by a team that has never been here, like first time competing here. Also very surprising, because we have a lot of teams with a lot of experience here, also from last year and the years before. But as you know, the track is slightly different, so maybe this played a role. And the time was set actually very early in the session.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind the experience might not always trickle from one team generation to another. I can only speak for the Delft team really, but one hand really doesn't know anything from the other year to year in some cases. Sometimes the drivers translate, but yeah, that's about it in terms of experience from the car crew perspective.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have also seen some teams. Speaking of potential, I think maybe we need to mention also the Fast Berlin team here. Speaking of potential, only the first drivers were able to, only the first runs of the respective drivers were able to set the lap time, and still it was very fast.
Yeah, 100%. It was the same for Brno actually. I mean, it was their first time as well. That was super quick. Their second time they got over the line. Unfortunately, came to that stop afterwards. But yeah, a lot of quick drivers here, definitely. I hope we can see all of them tomorrow. In combustion, the field was a little bit more spread out. We saw BME Racing with a 57-second lap time. Also really quick, I would say, but
Hybrid.
Quite far ahead of the second place. WUT Racing, if I'm not mistaken, with a 106. So yeah, they put quite some distance there in between, and if they finish the endurance, they are really in a prime spot to win it here, because they also won the skid pad so far. 5 seconds, 5.1 seconds there, and we're close to the first place in acceleration as well. So BME Racing really putting on a show here for the combustion vehicles. Let's see what they can put on tomorrow.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, in the combustion category, I think we have a favorite. If they can bring it home, they'll probably, at least in the dynamics, will get the most points. But yeah, statics are always open, right?
Yeah, and as you say, in combustion category we have a favorite. In electric, field is wide open. We don't know all the statics results. We know that there are a couple teams in the finals, but just like last year, this will come down to endurance and most obviously, of course, efficiency here. Super exciting.
Yeah, not so exciting, I guess, for the teams waiting still in the queue area here is the fact that all the track marshals are retreating. So I really don't expect the yellow flag situation that Prague caused here to have any benefit for those teams. That's the E20, the E90, the E54 that are still sort of hanging around here. They will not be running here. I already see some cones being positioned for the endurance tomorrow. One other highlight of the stream, we matched our subscriber goal. So we're still waiting for that Skoda dance, guys. Still waiting to know how we get to see that. Now is the pop-up is happening tomorrow. Indeed, thank you for all the subscribers. Thanks for all the interactions, the lovely comments, the questions that we got in the meantime. And indeed, this is going to be fun tomorrow. Unfortunately, without me, so I have to leave the fun out to you guys. But indeed, huge thank you to everybody here for cheering for your team, for the media guys for putting this on, for the organizers to organize this lovely event. And I'm really going to be curious on the drive home tomorrow to watch the stream on this epic track.
Yeah. Not just for the driving, of course, also for the Skoda dance. Will be exciting for us as well. And yeah, anything left to say? Weather is supposed to be a little more stable tomorrow. We didn't see any rain here today.
Fortunately.
Yeah, we need to see.
Yeah, we will need to see. We will need to see.
It's going to be dynamic in the dynamic days, as always. And yeah, Most really puts on a most wonderful weather show for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we can wrap it up here. I would say see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Also for the subscribers that got added new. And yeah, have a nice evening.